Live from Cape Town in the Western Cape Province.
Sicela uqala nothando. Siyavula ngoku. Luqala nothando. Sicela uqala nothando. Sicela uqala nothando. Sicela uqala nothando. Luqa Malibongwe. Igama lamakhosikazi. Hayihlala phansi ibamba umthetho. Hayihlala phansi ibamba umthetho. Amandla.
Good morning, ladies. Good morning, ladies. So we will just give over to Ms. Moncho to start to link us to Parliament TV. Then we will start with our program. Those that are still on the way, they will find us in the way. But thank you very much for the beautiful spirit that is prevailing here. Thank you very much. So we will, Mado, can we give over to Shelley now?
Stand by, everybody, stand by.
Good morning and welcome to Parliament Television, Channel 408 on DSTV, coming to you live from Cape Town in the Western Cape Province. My name is Shelley Monto. August marks Women's Month, a reminder to us all to commemorate the more than 20,000 women who marched to the Union buildings on the 9th of August 1956 to protest against the extension of the past laws to women and against the apartheid regime of the day. Women's Month is also an opportunity to pay tribute to the generations of women who came before us, whose struggles laid the foundation for the progress we have achieved thus far in empowering South African women, as well as keeping the light of women's emancipation burning even more brighter. One of these is the development of the Women's Charter, which was done in 1956 and then reviewed in 1994 to ensure that issues affecting women are taken into consideration. Despite all these efforts, women in South Africa still continue to bear the brunt of high levels of inequality, economic exclusion, unemployment, gender-based violence, and femicide. In 2019, however, Parliament took a decision to review the 1994 Women's Charter to ensure that women's issues are addressed. The Women's Charter review process was initiated and implemented as an important milestone in the life of South Africa's democracy, so as to assess the extent of poverty and inequality, particularly faced by women. Therefore, in an effort to enable the institutionalization of gender-sensitive good governance norms and practices, Parliament has successfully completed its nationwide review of the 1994 Women's Charter for effective equality. The review process was undertaken in collaboration with strategic partners and stakeholders across the spheres of government, Chapter 9 institutions, academics, civil society organizations, women's formations, as well as ordinary South African women across the country. This year, Parliament rolled out the feedback sessions on the commitments during the made during the review of the review sessions. We have been to the Northwest, Limpopo, Northern Cape, where provincial and local governments gave feedback on the commitments made during the review sessions, as well as implementation plans going forward for the benefit of women. Today, we are in Cape Town, where women across the Western Cape province will hear from the provincial and local leadership about progress made since the review of the Charter. This is one of the oversight mechanisms deployed by Parliament to ensure that issues affecting women find expression in the plans of the provincial and local government. Stay with us and don't forget to join us on Parliament social media platforms. Let me hand over to the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Sylvia Lucas, to begin with the session today. Ma'am, over to you.
Shirley, before we start with the meeting, can we please have the national anthem as well, if you have it, the African Union anthem. And if that comments, I will ask all the delegates to stand. And particularly it's important in this month of August. The 31st of July was the 60th commemoration of the Pan-African Women's Organization, Women of Africa Unite. So we can just stand for the African Union anthem. I said you must stand, so don't squeal. Do you have it? Yes or no? So can we hear it? It's a beautiful anthem, people. Beautiful. And they must get the exposure today. It's starting today. They are starting today. You don't, you will get your time to say whatever you want to say. Allow us to proceed. Can I count down? If you don't have it, the women can't stand so long. Tell us. You don't have it. Because he promised me he's going to play it now. You don't find it there. Thank you very much. It's fine. Thank you. I apologize for that. I can sing it on my own, but I don't know who will join me. Yes, I can never sing together. The victories won for our liberation. The fearless in front of justice. Because our unity and dignity. Let us make Africa the dream of life. Let us all unite and sing together. To honor the reign of destiny. Let us dedicate ourselves to us together. Let us make Africa the dream of life. Let us all unite and join together. To Thank you. Thank you very much. You agree with me, it's a very beautiful anthem. It's very beautiful. And the people of Africa have been singing it for many years. South Africa is joining late, but we are here now. Good morning, honorable ladies. and gents that are present here. Today, like it was explained by the manager, the senior manager that spoke here before to do the introduction for us to Parliamentary Channel, is in actual fact a very important event. For the past almost 2 years and 6 months, we have been busy with the process of reviewing the Women's Charter of 1994. The first Women's Charter was actually done in 1954, even before the Freedom Charter, that is now forming the basis of our Bill of Rights. So women came together then in 1954 under the banner of the Federation of South African Women. And they started that process, but I don't want to take a lot of time now. We have sing the anthems, it's as good as praying. Particularly Africa. God bless Africa. God seën Afrika. Dit is ons belangrike, die woorde wat ons as Suid-Afrikaners verenig. Onder die anthem of die volkslied, soos ons dit noem. So ons het gebid, ons is by mekaar. And then now we will request the Deputy Speaker of the Western Cape Provincial Legislature. She will be on the virtual platform to do the opening and welcoming remarks. Over to you, Ms. B. Schaefer. Remember, you were 2 Schaefers, so you are B. Schaefer.
That's
You
right.
are first in the alphabet. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Honourable Lucas, Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. Am I audible, Chair?
Yes, you are audible.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Grafford, members of the National Assembly, members of the National Council of Provinces, members of the Provincial Parliament and Legislatures, councillors, Ms. Matthews from the Commission for Gender Equality, Dr. Mbava, Chairperson of the Financial and Fiscal Commission, representatives from the provincial and local departments, ladies and gentlemen, special guests. I am very pleased to be here today for the opening of the report back session on the Women's Charter for Accelerated Development. As the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, we support Parliament in embarking on a process of tracking progress made in the implementation and the undertakings made in the Western Cape high-level session, where the provincial executive proceeded to present a comprehensive gender mainstreaming program of action. The Western Cape government shares a common vision with the Commission for Gender Equality, which is to institutionalize gender equality through gender mainstreaming within local and district municipalities. Hence, the provincial department responsible for local government engaged with municipalities on various platforms with specific reference to the Provincial IDP Managers Forum. I must raise, however, that the 2007 Gender Policy Framework for Local Government was adopted by municipalities in this province. However, the draft National Gender Policy Framework for Local Government 2015 to 2020 was never formally approved at a national level. This most definitely has become a challenge for municipalities to have to adopt something that has yet to be approved at a national level. Mechanisms such as the Division of Revenue Bill is a most comprehensive statement of the government's social and economic plans and priorities. In tracking the flow and use of financial resources, gender responsive budgeting can determine how public funds are raised, how they are used, and who benefits from them. The Western Cape Provincial Parliament notes the oversight and accountability framework, which has been shared with us, outlining the focus areas and priorities in the advancement of gender transformation in the province to shape and guide the provincial reporting process. Therefore, the implementation of commitments towards gender equality requires measures to incorporate a gender perspective in planning and budgeting frameworks and concrete investment in addressing gender gaps and gender responsive budgets. This can be a valuable means of ensuring women's empowerment and gender equality are included in government policies and the point where law is made and where programs aiming at addressing gender empowerment and inequality are
Recording in
adequately
progress.
resourced so that South Africa can begin to close the gender gaps. As we know, South Africa's mean gender pay gap for 2018-2019 sits between 23 to 35% lower than that of men. We trust that all efforts by the Western Cape government and municipal entities will use its share of the financial cake to incorporate a gender perspective into the design, the development, adoption, and execution of all funds appropriated in order to promote equitable, effective, and appropriate resource allocation. I wish all participants today a fruitful discussion on this crucial matter, which will hopefully result in the improvement of the lives of all women in the Western Cape province and ultimately in our country. I wish you all a happy Women's Month. I thank you.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to get the protocol correct. Sometimes you leave people out in your protocol, and that is why I wanted to get the protocol correct. So thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Thank you for always being available for the sessions that we are arranging. And we also want to express our appreciation to you in particular, since we are struggling a little bit to get people to be in front of the women, particularly of the Western Cape. Some areas in other parts of the country, it's the same, but you've always been available. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to contextualize what we are doing here today. It's very important, but before I start, let me establish the protocol. We've got the Deputy Speaker of the Western Cape Provincial Legislature. We've got members of Parliament and of the Provincial Legislature. In front, we are having Ms. Bartlett from the NCOP and also Ms. Baku from the Western Cape Provincial Legislature. Yes, you can welcome them. Julle kan maar partydig wees. Julle kan maar partydig wees, ons worry nie. Julle kan maar partydig wees, ons worry nie. We do have other people present here from the Commission of Gender Equality. We've got Ms. Matthews. You can show yourself. You can say Malibongwe. Malibongwe. Igamala Makosikasi. Ek praat met Afrikaans. Die naam van die vroue. Die naam van die vroue. Die naam van die vrouwen moet geprezen worden. Malibongwe igamela makosikas. Yes. Daar heeft ons het nou. Ander tijd dan zeggen die mensen dat is ANC slogans. It's not ANC slogans. It's about us. Bome. It's about us. Yes. So this is where we are going. We have got Dr. Mbaba of the FFC. We've got this. I'm very loud, Malibongwe, for this one. For many years, there was not a woman that is a chairperson of the Finance and Fiscal Commission. This one did it for us. She did it for us. We also have, let me just explain something. I'm not fighting. I'm just telling you. We received reports from the Western Cape government, but the MECs and the Premier is unfortunately not available to report here. But we received the reports. We cannot give you the reports because we can't present on their behalf. I will explain why I'm saying that, but I want you to know it because I'm a very honest person and you can kill me for my honesty, but I'm like that. So, but one person will be here that will be reporting from finance. Will be the DDG, Ms. Johnson. We will allow it in the second session. Also, we've got the Deputy Mayor of West Coast, and West Coast District is actually, I'm from Uppington, I'm from the Northern Cape. It is my neighbor, that's why she came, Ms. Crawford. We also have Councillor Peterson from Cape Winelands District Municipality on the platform. Councillor Peterson, can you show us this person on the platform? Please. Thank you. So I am going to give the context of this, but you know, people sometimes give me big English. And I just want to speak ordinary things. So we'll start with the protocol again. We give recognition to the Deputy Speaker of the Western Cape Provincial Legislature. We've got mayors, speakers, and councillors. We've got members of Parliament and Provincial Legislature. We've got the members of the institutions supporting democracy, and we have got members of civic organizations, organized labor, and we've got all the beautiful ladies and everyone that is present here today. For me, you've already seen it is indeed an honor and a privilege to be here to welcome you to the session on the Women's Charter for Accelerated Development. This is a report back session. We went out, we started in, is it Gugulethu? We started in Gugulethu in 2020 with the women of the Western Cape to begin to review the Women's Charter. And we are now again in the Western Cape, 5 provinces later. We have already went to 5 provinces to get the report back session. And I'm excited that I could see that the Women's Charter have actually made government to go and review themselves, how they are implementing issues of women. We are just from Gauteng and from Northern Cape. Gauteng is so far the best performing province in making sure that issues of women are being addressed. I'm telling you the truth. I can tell you something else, but I can tell you the truth. Now, the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa lay out the role of Parliament, and that is to represent the people and to ensure government by the people. And the Constitution further asserts that the role of Parliament includes the promotion of the values of human dignity, equity, non-racialism, and non-sexism. And it's resolved to advance the ideas of an equal society. We as Parliament has committed ourselves to building a democratic, developmental social order that is able to lead efforts to overcome and reduce gender inequality. Program Director, ladies and gentlemen, the 2019 Women's Parliament took a resolution that Parliament should embark on a process to review the entire women's rights regime in order to assess the efficacy of existing policies and legislation to advance gender equality. When I'm speaking these big English words, I'm thinking we've got those gadgets for those that don't want to hear English outside. for translation. So if you want to hear Afrikaans, it is there. If you want to hear Xhosa, it is there. I will speak English for the fact that we think the language that came by ship is very important. So this review process has exposed the gaps between the public endorsement of policies on gender equality and the actual institutional practices. After the adoption of the newly formulated charter, we have taken another important decision, and that is to engage provincial and local government to ensure that the provisions of the charter find expression in the planning and budgeting of provinces, because mostly service delivery is at the level of local and province. And local government is the coalface of basic service delivery, whilst provinces are supposed to make sure that they assist them to implement issues like human settlements and things like that. So this report back session, this one, it's effectively an oversight and accountability session, which gave women the opportunity to engage with their provincial and local government leadership on matters pertaining to the empowerment of women and the advancement of gender equality. I am explaining, we, together with yourselves, are trying to keep government to be accountable to us. And that is the reason why we say we brought you here, because Parliament is supposed to ensure government by the people. We are not government. We are the oversight body, together with civil society and the people of South Africa. So today we have in our midst women of South Africa whose hopes and aspirations for a better life are contained in the Women's Charter for effective equality. However, we can see that we have the commitment apparently, but we don't see the people here that are committed. And I don't want to criticize anyone, because people can deliberately decide to work with us or not to work with us. But one thing that you cannot get away from is that you will have to account to the people. That is the most important one. So we can't realize the commitments of the Women's Charter without the commitment and the active participation of the provincial and the local government sphere. So, like I said, they are at the coalface of service delivery in South Africa. And it is imperative that every department attach clear action plans to ensure the implementation of this charter. We are very clear. If you get time, read it chapter by chapter. We are very clear on what needs to be done, because it's not our decision. We went out, we consulted women all over the country. We went to every district in this country to consult women about what they think about the issues that have been by the women of 1994, and from 94 to 2019 was 25 years. As women, do we feel that we have been served? Do we feel that the policies have been implemented? We went out to each and every district of this country, and we found there are so many things that can be done better. Because if you give someone a house, it didn't mean you can give him a home. But you must teach our people how to be cohesive and live together in peace and harmony. That is important. So in the current format, we actually made this charter to be a roadmap for effective policy, redesign going forward, legislative efficacy, assessments, three-sphere coordination of gender responsive plans and budgets, implementation review processes. Just last week, we went to the policy conference of the ruling party, and we said to them, we want the legislation to be implemented and implemented correctly. We can't decide. I was chairing I was reporting on a commission that said we want to speak about women and gender-based violence. We don't want any other things. We want to speak about women and gender-based violence. It is just in my line, because I committed myself to make sure that the women of South Africa are listened to. And I can tell you, my experience with the 5 provinces that we went to, the Women's Charter brought another dimension to the issues of women. Those that were with us, am I speaking the truth? You can tell me. The Women's Charter, and we termed it the Women's Charter for Accelerated Development because we don't have time to strive for equality and equity, and there is no development, and we want development to accelerate. And that is what we said. And we want to assert the legitimacy and the rights of women to enjoy and improve quality of life. I should tell you, if I had time, I would have told you, in so many provinces where we came, the women are so ready. It's just that they don't necessarily get these people that are committed to make sure that they implement those issues that the women are so ready for. I went to Free State. There is a woman that said, I started my own NPO because I was abused. What saved me was when I looked into the face of my son and I saw if I can give up, what is going to happen to this boy? I must make sure that I build a better man out of this boy. That was in the Free State. We went to Limpopo. Women of Limpopo. This just, you know, people sometimes have got different, what do you call it, priorities. And the women of Limpopo said, no, we decided. We, as women, we came together. We decided that we will look into the environment because it is necessary. It is a necessity to make sure that we provide a better life for our children, our water sources. We are cleaning our water sources. We want more land because we are providing food for our communities through our agriculture. And I mean, if we don't do things for ourselves, forget that anyone is going to do anything for us. Let us just forget about it. And we went back and we said, there are gender policies. Honorable Bartlett was a gender focal person before she became a member of parliament. And every time when we were together, because she's my friend before we became this kind of positions that we are having now. And every time she was telling me about the 8 principles, of the gender and the gender mainstreaming and so on. I asked her, what is this 8 principles? Explain to me. And she explained to me this 8 principles. People, the only province that went according to 8 principles was Gauteng so far. And this is the 5th one that we are at. And I just, people, I'm not prepared to read reports of people that haven't presented it to me. You can't send me a report as if it's a letter. Come and present your report to me so that I can know if your province really progressed. If your province really progressed. I should say I went to the Northern Cape, it's my province, and you know, a prophet is nooit in sy eie land geëer mos nie. But they sent 3 MECs. They sent 3 MECs. The speaker, the mayor of all the districts. They came there and they reported, not a wonderful story, but the fact that they respected the women enough to come and do their report themselves. And I was really not convinced that they will do it. You know how it is at home. We've got our own politics. So we've got our own politics. But they came. And now we are saying South Africa need to make sure that we have gender sensitive budgets. Budgets that will provide for women that sometimes, some of us, we've got family in Eastern Cape, we are from there. So in some of our villages, women are the ones that must go and get water. In Limpopo it's worse. They must go and get wood to be able to cook and so on. In our village it's better now in Kofi Baba, we've got electricity. So, so we need to make sure that we strengthen the coordination mechanisms for policy coherence across government, across the levels of government, and we should involve the non-government stakeholders. That is very important. This district development model, I want it to be something that will be very successful, but I want the women in the different districts to make sure you come together and you input into this new model. When I listen to what the model is about, I realize that will assist us, because in South Africa, we too much still have the issue of silo development, working in silos. But with this district development model, everyone will be able to come together. All the resources, human resources, fiscal resources, whatever, in one pool, and we will be able to implement better. But there is one thing that we must not forget, and that is, unfortunately, this thing is just a slogan. Prove me wrong. We like to say nothing about us without us. But when we get to the point where us must be there, Aiko, we are not there. We are not there. So, like I said, we went to all the districts. February 2021, on the 26th, we spoke to all the districts of the Western Cape. So we went to the provincial executive in a high-level session. And the MECs were there. Fernandez and who was 2 MECs. They were there. We spoke to them. We reported to them. And we said, this is the findings of Parliament from the women of the Western Cape. The unfortunate part of the Western Cape, there are too much polarization. And what am I saying when I say there are polarization? Ek is DA, ek is ANC, ek is UDM, ek is wie. Mense politiek sit die kos op die tafel nie. Politiek sit die kos op die tafel nie. Women's issues are human issues. Some of them reported me to the ANC. Some of them reported me to the ANC National Executive. They said when I speak, I want to be apolitical. Die probleem is, daar in die straat waar ek bly, as die mense sterwe, dis dit uit my sak uit wat ek hulle begrawe, is nie die politiek wat hulle begrawe nie. You understand where I'm coming from? And then now, those very same people that will tell you they are this party and this party and this party. Let me tell you, at the current moment at my place, I'm running a soup kitchen every Wednesday. I don't see people of political parties there. I just see hungry people there. Is it not? There are many of you that are doing these things that I'm saying that I'm doing. And you know for a fact, the person will not say, I'm not hungry because I'm an EFF. No. The ones that will come first is the EFF ones. And say, Mama, wanneer skep julle? Wanneer skep julle? Ek sê vir hulle hierso. Julle vra vir Marjorie, ek praat Afrikaans daarso. Ek is alleen sterk by my huis. But in the public life, we need to take hands and work together to make a difference. I was just saying to someone this morning, if at all this program that we are speaking about today can be started from scratch, I'm going to report you to the public protector. Because that is why we don't see implementation. People don't want to say, Barbara did a good work. So let me just continue where Barbara stop. They want to say, let's start from scratch. Utini. What is that? How can you start from scratch when people are hungry? Already those of us that did what is the study? Can you help me? The studies that they do, feasibility studies. If I've done the feasibility study by consulting you as the people of South Africa, why must someone else come and do another study? Who is he going to consult? Because he must just consult the same people that I've consulted. And unless you want to gossip about me, you will tell him the same story. Is it not? No, I was just saying to someone, our biggest mistake is, even if we see someone is doing something good, because I don't agree with that person, I will never implement that thing, that person. We must change it as the women of South Africa. Because Nesi Zukulwana, they are the ones that are suffering. Is it? Our children are suffering. Their children will suffer. And their children's children will suffer. Where are we taking it? Mazani, where are we taking it? That is why I'm saying, when we come here, we come to assess and hear from provincial government and local government in terms of the issues that was raised by Parliament to you that came from the women. What progress have you made? That is all that we came for. And you can say whatever you want to say. I don't care. The only thing that I care about is to hear what progress has been made for the women in terms of the issues that they have raised. And that is why we are here today. So I think we understand each other better. There were people that stood up and say, yeah, but I want you. I said, no, I will not go. I will not do anything. Speak, we will give the report to your government in your province, and they will know what to do. In Limpopo, I don't want to lie to you. Everyone came. It's just the premier, but Stan called me personally to say, I'm sorry, my sister, I won't be able to be there. But the person that is coordinating our social is the MEC of social development. And the person that are coordinating was economic affairs, treasury, and there was someone from treasury and economic affairs. They came and they reported. Limpopo is one of the poorest provinces. They came and they reported. And because of the Women's Charter, today women are leading environmental projects. They are leading agriculture projects. I take that credit for the Women's Charter process. Because in the end of every process, we told the woman, stand up and do things for yourself. We told them. And sometimes people think when you do this kind of things, you want to be interesting. I don't want to be interesting. You know what? From where I grew, we ate pap, we ate marojo, we ate whatever. But one thing that my grandmother said to me, even if you have nothing, what you have, you must share with others. And it is through that Ubuntu that there will be a difference in the life of our people. Ek het dan nou 'n speech gemaak. But thank you very much. I was supposed just to tell you why we are here, but it's fine. We are here because we want to hear what people are doing, to work together with all of us to bring a difference in our lives. So thank you very much. I will now call on Ms. Matthews to give you the report from the Commission for Gender Equality. I really hope your story is better than the story of the previous province. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies, beautiful ladies as well as gentlemen, and good morning to the panel and to the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Province. Thank you for such a moving and inspirational and frank presentation or, address that you have given to us as women. It's exhilarating as a young woman of South Africa to hear that and to really feel it within yourself what your purpose as a woman is in your country and how it is important for us as women collectively to stand behind each other, to stand in front of each other and on the left and the right of each other. So thank you so much. I'm Ms. Matthews. I'm the legal officer for the Commission for Gender Equality, the Western Cape Province, and I am here to present our presentation on advancing gender equality through gender mainstreaming within the Western Cape Province. This is based on the 2021 Women's Charter Accelerated Development Report, and this is our report back. The Commission for Gender Equality, also known as the CGE, vision and mandate encapsulates advancing gender equality within our society. And our aim as the Western Cape Province is to advance gender equality through mainstreaming, gender mainstreaming, my apologies. As the CGE, our vision is a society that is free from all forms of gender oppression and equality. And to achieve our vision, our mission is to protect, promote, and monitor and evaluate gender equality through different activities. So we have research, public education, policy development, legislative initiatives, as well as litigation in some instances. According to the CGE, or the Commission for Gender Equalities Act, we as the CGE must monitor, evaluate, and make recommendations on policies and practices of organs of states, of statutory bodies and functionaries, public bodies, as well as private businesses, with the aim to obviously promote gender equality. We also do the same for existing law, which includes indigenous law and practices, government's compliance with international conventions with respect to gender equality. What that means is, as the CGE, we need to have our eyes open at all times to make sure that all sectors are working together with us as a country and with the CGE to promote gender equality. And we do that by looking at what is it that you are doing, either as an institution, either as an employer, even as government. What are you doing to enforce and to propel gender equality? And when we see that there are gaps, we then make recommendations which are to be implemented to bridge those gaps. So we also propose and we also do recommendations, and we also make proposals when it comes to legislation. So we make submissions that are geared towards strengthening the law to protect us as women. Because what you find is that many times in new legislation or bill that comes out, it really doesn't cater for us as women. You still find that it's still very much for the man. And it is important for us as the CGE to be active and to be vocal in making sure that when we review a piece of legislation, that we can see women in it, that we can see how women can benefit from it, that we can see how women will be protected by it. We also develop and conduct, as well as manage, educational strategies and programs through fostering an understanding about gender equality or the role of the CGE. So going out to grassroots levels, as well as going out to not so grassroots levels to educate people on gender equality and the importance of it, and for it not to come across as women who are whining. We are not whining. We have a place in society, and we have a very important place in society, and why should we be treated any less than that? We also investigate and resolve conflicts. In that regard, you would submit a complaint to the Commission for Gender Equality, either on your own accord or on behalf of someone else, when you have identified that there is a need for an investigation and a need for redress. You bring it to us as the Commission, we do the investigation and make recommendations. We liaise and interact with institutions and bodies or authorities, similar objectives to us as the Commission, with any organization which actively promotes gender equality and other sectors of civil society to further the objects of the Commission. I want you to understand that that's both said in a positive and a negative way. So we do not just only liaise and interact with people that share our values. We also have to educate and transfer, and so that this, for lack of a better term, the circle can get bigger. So we have to interact and liaise with institutions and bodies and authorities that don't necessarily share our vision, so that we can educate them as to why they should share our vision as women. We prepare and submit reports, and we report back on the reports, similar to what I am doing right now on behalf of the Commission. And in addition, we conduct or order research to be conducted. This would happen in the research department. So go out, do a feasibility test, or do an analysis of what the climate looks like for us as women. Where are the gaps? why are we being left behind, and how can we be made to be in the forefront as forerunners with the people who have left us behind? And that's what the research speaks to. And from there, we get not ideas, but from there, I want to speak simply. Ideas are born into what gaps there are in legislation, what gaps there are in society that affects us as women directly. And because if it affects us, it affects our society. And so it's a building block. It feeds to all spheres of the Commission to promote and also to achieve our objective, which is to promote gender equality. So I'm going to be speaking on the case study, which we did as a province on advancing gender equality through gender mainstreaming in the Western Cape province. The aim and the purpose of this case study was to monitor and evaluate the extent of the work that had been done within the province in terms of implementation when it comes to gender mainstreaming, particularly in municipalities since 2014 to the end of March last year, 2021. Over the years and to date, the CGE has engaged with almost 30 municipalities. The idea of the engagement was to arrive at a common understanding on the importance of gender mainstreaming in projects at municipal level. Of the 30 municipalities, one was a metropolitan municipality, 5 were rural district municipalities, and 24 local municipalities. The main purpose of the assessment was to conduct a situational analysis on the progress achieved and its effectiveness, its challenges experienced during the implementation of gender mainstreaming support programs in the selected 8 municipalities of the Western Province since 2014 until the end of last year, March, by the Department of Local Government and by the Commission for Gender Equality. The sample for the assessment, it was limited to 2 districts, namely the West Coast District Municipality and Garden Route District Municipality, 1 metro, City of Cape Town, and 5 local municipalities. So that you have Knysna, Laingsburg, Matitsikama, thank you, Wittensberg Municipality, Witzenberg, thank you. Are you from there? Oh, I see. Thank you. And Teerwaterskloof Municipality. They were all incorporated for the purposes of this assessment. Methodology that was used, the selection process was done by random sampling, desktop review of primary data from the CGE and the DLG. A questionnaire was developed for data collection as well as, so a questionnaire was developed for data collection, which then would be analyzed, and the information or the data received and analyzed would then be considered. So what were the key findings after doing all of this work? There's a lack of gender policies, meaning that there's no public statement of an institution or organization's commitment to gender equality. That's problematic. And how it will implement this commitment by integrating the gendered perspective into how it is organized and how it executes its work. In other words, its gender mainstreaming process. There was also a lack of integrated gender action plans. So there was no organizational plan for internal consultation, for training, for consensus building towards developing a jointly created and a jointly owned gender equality policy. There was a lack of performance indicators to monitor progress. So no one knew how well it was doing or how poorly it was doing. So that means there was no gender implementation plan, which is a plan that specifies strategies, actions, and responsibilities, as well as accountability mechanisms for implementing gender policies. Furthermore, there were competing demands and working in silos, unidentified lines of engagement, and poor communication. Gender mainstreaming programs were under-resourced, both financially and in terms of dedicated human resources capacity. So no money, no people, we push it to the back. Lack of gender responsive budgeting was one of the barriers in achieving gender equality. The failure of the municipalities to align the gender policy framework for local government, there was also failure for them to align the gender policies for national and NDP and regional. And the SDG's agenda for 2030 was found common in the IDPs. So what do we recommend as the CGE? We recommend that there be a use of evidence-based policy and programming. And what this means is that there needs to be a development area where they need to see how we're going to intervene and what the outcome is, how we're going to deliver the service. I'm not going to go too much into it because I don't want it to be a lecture. I just want to have a conversation. The second recommendation that we make is that there should be an improved understanding of what is gender mainstreaming. And I think that's really important because when you do not understand what something is, you don't understand its purpose and you don't understand its value and its importance. So there needs to be a better understanding. And if there's a better understanding, I feel that it will be implemented stronger without any doubt, without any reservation. So the process of assessing, so according to the United Nations, the gender mainstreaming is the process of assessing the implications for women and men of any planned action. This includes legislation, policies, and programs in all areas and at all levels. It is a strategy for making women as well as men's concerns and experiences an integral dimension in the design. Implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of the policies and programs in a political, economic, societal sphere so that women and men can benefit equally and inequality is not perpetuated. Just understanding what gender mainstreaming means and hearing from the report back that that municipalities failed to implement this or implement it due to the lack of understanding is worrying because it means that many women have been left behind. We also recommend that there be an improvement in understanding what gender mainstreaming is and its application in practice. So mainstreaming gender is both a technical and a political process which requires shifts in organizational cultures. I feel like that's a very important word, a shift in an organizational cultures and the ways of thinking as well as in the goals, structures, and resources allocated. This approach means looking at men and women in relation to each other. It does not mean hiring a gender focal person and then that person does not make gender technical inputs into the organizational process. It is a strategy that integrates gender concerns in analysis, formulation, and monitoring of policies and programs and projects, which means you have to be continuously working at it. It is not a calendar event idea. So it does not mean that we only review these things come Women's Month. We should be reviewing it every quarter because it's part of us. It aims to strengthen the legitimacy of gender equality values by addressing disparities and gaps. If we're doing this every quarter we are aware of what disparities have either minimized or have grown, what the gaps are, and where we need to address and work better or harder. Okay, so improved understanding of what gender mainstreaming is and its application in practice. What does this mean? It means that women and men should be involved in the decision making. There should be gender sensitive language. It should be it should be like your mother tongue almost, I want to say, gender sensitive language. Understanding of the political and the country's context, doing gender analysis, understanding the sex and age in respect of disaggregated data. All right, so let's have a look. Yes, and that's my presentation. In the Western Cape, We are a team of our provincial manager, Sikulele, myself, the legal officer. We have our public education and information officer. So our provincial manager and our what we call our PEI officer, Leonard, they're the ones who did all this hard work in going out and understanding what exactly is happening out there in terms of gender mainstreaming and coming back with the information that I was able to present on their behalf. And then we have our commissioner, Dr. Tabiseng Muleko, as well as our office assistant, Nazli, and our provincial administrator, Khadija. Our offices are currently situated at 132 Adley Street. These are our details. Oh, it's not showing, but we hopefully will reflect. Those are the details that you can use to contact our office. If you have any complaints, number one, as a legal officer, I always speak from that perspective. But if you have ideas or projects that involving gender mainstream that you want to get the CGE involved, by all means, come knock on our door. We'll have a conversation and see how we can move forward as women of this country and men. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zina. Thank you very much, Ms. Matthews. We wanted to give you a report on the gender equity situation and gender equality situation in the Western Cape. And I think we received the report and we will now continue and we will call on Dr. Mbava so that she can just, in terms of the findings of the Finance and Fiscal Commission on the specific issues, we will allow you to present.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Sylvia Lucas, Honorable Schaefer, the Deputy Speaker of the Western Cape Provincial Legislature, members of Provincial Parliament, mayors and councillors, Chairperson of the Commission for Gender Equality, the women of the Western Cape. Yes, yes. And Malibongwe. Malibongwe, Gazi. Malibongwe. And all South Africans who are watching with us at home, I greet you warmly during this National Women's Month. Watinda bafazi, watinda mbobodo. You strike a woman, you strike a rock. Chairperson, I'm from Cape Town, I'm from Guguletu, I'm proud to be here. Yes, 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 yes. Indeed, Chairperson, it is opportune that we gather here at this time during Women's Month, because this month in particular, we scrutinize the ongoing work of government, civil society, and the private sector to advance the women's agenda. This year's theme is women's socioeconomic rights and empowerment, building back better for women's resilience. Chairperson, all is not well. Women are yet to be free from all forms of violence. Women are under attack. We are now still reeling in shock and anger at the brazen and despicable attack on women's bodies that occurred recently in Krugersdorp. We can only imagine the untold trauma and ordeal, Chairperson, the young women were subjected to in Krugersdorp. As women, we are horrified. We call on our government to live up to constitutional values and provide safety and security to women of this country. Enough is enough. Chairperson, today we continue to take stock of the achievements gained since 1994 as women, and to assess the systematic weaknesses that continue to impede the advancement and realization of socioeconomic rights and gender equality in South Africa. We must do that because it has been said that if something is not monitored and evaluated, it will not get done. And therefore, we need to hold government accountable to its commitments on gender equality. As the Financial and Fiscal Commission, we are here to follow the money. Where is the money going? Are women benefiting from the financial allocations that government makes? Are women benefiting from government programs? We are here to hold the Western Cape government accountable for the Western Cape government to tell us, where is the money going? Only when we know where the gaps are, can we be able to make concrete policy, legislative, and implementation proposal to close those gaps. Because as you know, as you have pointed out on numerous times, Honorable Lucas, we are on course, but we are not there yet as women. We are not there yet. We are still trying to get there. We need to remove historical, structural, institutional, and cultural barriers to the realization of gender equality in South Africa. Chairperson, we welcome the recent progress reports which were presented to Cabinet on the work of the implementation of the framework on gender responsive planning, budget, monitoring, evaluation, and audit by a number of government departments. As the Financial and Fiscal Commission, We look forward to assessing that reported progress and further commend government for making headways in mainstreaming gender. It will be a decisive victory indeed when substantive progress for the women of this country in all provinces, metros, and districts is made, when budgets and fiscal tools that address gender equality are institutionalized. So it's not about just talking about it, about gender parity. We must actually see it implemented in the budgets of government. So when the entire government fiscal relations system can demonstrate that women's rights are taken into account when the budget of the country is being decided upon, then we'll know that we have victory. Of course, today, we assess the Western Cape provincial government. We look at the progress of what the Western Cape government has done to make sure that the commitments of the Women's Charter find expression in their annual performance plans and their strategic plans. We assess whether these plans are actually done with a gender lens. What does that mean? When these plans are done, do they actually include women or do they exclude women? So we look at that. We look at the budgets and we look at the gender issues, whether budgets are spent according to gender parity. So we're going to look at budget allocations to selected departments in the Western Cape. We're going to look at the Provincial Education Department in the Western Cape. Are they spending money on programs that speaks to the issues of women and children? We're going to look at the Health Department of the Western Cape to find out if the budget allocations in that department speak to the issues and challenges of women in this province. We're also going to look at the social development budget of the Western Cape government to find out if women are actually included equitably in the budget allocations. So we will look at that and we'll soon find out how far they have made that progress. Chairperson, I have researchers from the FFC who are online. I think Nomonde should be online to actually unpack and tell us how is the Western Cape performing in terms of meeting the commitments of the Women's Charter in its planning and budgeting. Nomonde, are you on the platform?
Yes, Chair, I'm on the platform.
Okay, so if you can move, Nomonde, to the slide where you actually start to present the research, that would be most appreciated.
Okay.
You can move from that slide. You can move on from that slide. You can start on that slide. Thanks, Nomonde.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members and colleagues. Siyabulisa apha eJoburg. My name is Nomonde. I'm just going to take you through to the presentation as the chairperson has said. FFC has also been conducting some research in assessing gender inequalities in the country through gender budgeting in the public sector, and it has made recommendations. These recommendations were made in 2022, which is this year in May, where the study assessed the effectiveness of key departmental budgets in addressing gender equality commitments, as well as the adequacy of the legislative, policy, and institutional frameworks in promoting gender responsive budgeting in government. I'll just highlight some of the findings in the study that we did. that indeed there is limited mainstreaming of gender issues in departmental budget process. And the main reason for this is that departments generally lack gender disaggregated data and information to enable the implementation of gender responsive planning, which is followed by budgeting, monitoring, and auditing. Also, this lack of gender disaggregation hinders the effective translation of gender commitments into budgetary allocations. As the chair has said, gender responsive budgeting is difficult, if not impossible, without a plan so as to engender the programs. Also, in terms of gender disaggregated data, we found that in the departments or in the sectors that we reviewed, that information on gender disaggregation could be found in other domains or within the working knowledge of departments, but that information is not integrated into strategic documents of the departments for responsive budgeting processes. Next slide. This slide really highlights what should happen in gender planning or for gender responsive budgeting, where we should have a planning starting with the situational analysis in what needs to be done, where data needs to be disaggregated. We also go to budget processes, which involves circulars, which should be providing guidelines on how to address gender goals. Next slide. Next slide, please. Chair, can you hear me that side?
Namonde, your connection is unstable. So if you can just try to get your connection all right, but we can see the slides. And I think also some of us can hear you, but not all of us. And this is a big venue here. So if you can just check your connectivity, it's a bit unstable.
Okay, I've just checked. If we can go on, thanks, Chair. If we can go on to the next slide, I'm not sure whether I'm audible.
You are.
Okay. Oh, yes, I see the next slide here as we continued with the budget process, where after the budget process, there should be monitoring in terms of evaluation and oversight so as to see that these gender goals are realized. Next slide, please. How we did our analysis in the Western Cape, we looked at the annual performance plans and the strategic plans of the province, where we also assessed key departments such as education, health, and social development, as we know that these three sectors, they account the largest chunk of the budget, and we are of the view that they are a powerful catalyst for changing gender inequalities. We also look at program performance of the selected departments to assess if data is gender disaggregated. Next slide. Some of the key findings in the analysis, as I've indicated, here we look at the annual performance plans and the strategic plans of the Office of the Premier in the Western Cape, which in its plans, it acknowledged its plans are also in line with national goals of the National Development Plan, the medium-term strategic framework, as well as its provincial plans. Also, in the Office of the Premier, it is indicated in its plans that it is also responsible for driving the implementation of gender responsive planning, budgeting, monitoring, evaluation, and auditing framework as part of the broader human rights strategic approach. And the office also acknowledged in this instance the need to build capacity in this area. The FFC commends the approach by the Office of the Premier in driving the gender responsiveness and its implementation in order to be able to realize women's empowerment and goals. And the FFC is of the view that for these gender equality commitments to be realized, they need to be reflected and in details in strategic plans and annual performance plans of all the departments in the province, backed by the necessary skills and budget allocation so as to ensure implementation. If gender issues are not planned or no budgeting or implementation will take effect, the Office of the Premier, in effecting its transversal role, should monitor, evaluate, and audit these gender goals so as to ensure gender targets are realized. Next slide. In terms of the demographics in the Western Cape and its socio-economic context, we found that the Western Cape population is indeed reported and disaggregated by the gender. And the province also highlight high levels of employment, especially youth in unemployment. However, in the plans, in the strategic documents, the information is not disaggregated by gender. Also, the province highlights some of the performance that it has made in terms of maths and language tests for grades 6 and 9s, which have improved over the years, but the information is not aggregated by gender. The province also has reported that its citizens enjoys the highest rate of access to basic services such as water, electricity, which is above national average, but this information is not disaggregated by gender. Next slide. In terms of the program performance in the Office of the Premier, it has 6 programs, and in program 2, which is Provincial Strategic Management role, which its role is to lead and coordinate provincial strategic management through policy and strategy support. The program also drives the implementation of gender responsive planning, as the program has human rights-based transversal program, which are institutionalized across the Western Cape government in respect of the priority groups as one of its output or output indicators. The FFC commends this approach by the office in catering for the vulnerable groups of society through these human rights-based programs. The FFC is of the view that the output or input indicators should be explicitly stated as gender responsiveness and have explicit gender priorities and indicators, just like it is reported in program 2, that there is the Office of the Commissioner for Children, which has output and output indicators so as to ensure that there is mainstreaming and there is targeting and tracking thereof. Next slide. Now here, as I've indicated, we looked at the 3 sectors: social development, education, and health. So with the social development program in the Western Cape, there are about 4 programs, which is social welfare, children and families, restorative services, and development and research. In terms of the percentage share allocation in the program, so social welfare services take the largest chunk at 46%, followed by restorative services at 20%. The Commission welcomes the increased allocation in these 2 programs, given the role that they play in terms of protecting the vulnerable groups, which are the older persons, persons with disabilities, as well as mitigating the effects of HIV, AIDS, as well as providing social relief to the needy, as well as the crime and prevention support. However, when we disaggregated these 2 programs, which is the social welfare as well as the restorative service, we found our services for victim empowerment and social relief only received 1% and 4% respectively. And as well as there's also the children and families program, as well as development and research program. They take the least share in the province at 19% and 4% respectively, yet they provide care and services to families, support poverty alleviation programs, as well as creating opportunities for youth and women empowerment in the community. We are of the view that more can be done in this instance. Next slide. In terms of program achievements on the social development, the Commission welcomes the department reporting on its achievement and progress in the year 2021-2022. However, the Commission notes that the department did not disaggregate this information in terms of gender aspect. It is important that information is disaggregated by gender to show how budgetary allocations impact against the set target. For instance, here, social development review for the financial year 2021-22, you find that the department will say that it has provided access to 7,975 children in the program, but it doesn't disaggregate this information in terms of gender, the girls and boys, as well as in other programs where it will say it also the implementation of ECD stimulus package. It made grants recipients at 1,327 sites by mid-February. We need this information to be disaggregated so as to see who benefited in terms of gender, so that if there should be a forecast in terms of leveraging this, it can be done. Next slide. Here we looked at the education programs. We found that, as we have expected, that the public ordinary school program takes the largest percentage share allocation of the budget at 73%, followed by the infrastructure development at 8%. As I've indicated, we expected this because it is the core mandate of the education department to provide education from grade 1 up to grade 12. However, in disaggregating the infrastructure development, it shows that the largest chunk is indeed taken by the public ordinary schools, with 1% of the share left for the public special schools and ECD. While at the same time, the public special schools and the ECD, they received the least share at 6%, at 4%. We're of the view that more can be done in terms of infrastructure in the special schools and the ECD, as we know that it had vulnerable learners. The FFC is concerned about these programs receiving the least share, as we are of the view that this is not in line with inclusive education vision, which need to include the vulnerable groups of the society, as well as ensure that access to ECD for all learners. As I've indicated earlier, special schools have vulnerable learners with severe barriers to learning. In such instances, it also requires more services, as well as the ECD, which caters for preschool education. We're of the view that more can be done here, as if that happens, it also allows women to find other opportunities and to earn income, even employed as ECD practitioners or caregivers. Next slide. In terms of the program achievement for the year, the Commission also in this instance welcomes the department in reporting its achievement. And again, however, here the information was not disaggregated in terms of gender aspect, so as to able to monitor and see where the program focus or target, in order to be able to monitor, evaluate, and audit the gender targets. Like, for instance, the department will say that it served meals to the most vulnerable learners during the hard lockdown and throughout the school year. We like to know this information, that of those vulnerable learners, which one are girls or boys or women or men. So this information needs to be reported and be disaggregated. Next slide. Here we looked at the health program of the department. As we expected, the district health services absorbed the largest share budget at 41%. It was followed by the central hospital services at 21%. These largest share in these programs are welcomed, given the services they provide in the province, like rendering primary health care services, hospital services, community-based services, nutrition programs, maternal, child, and women's health, as well as communicable disease. However, when we disaggregated the district health services program, we found that the nutrition program takes the least share at 1%, followed by the community-based services at 2%. This is a concern by the Commission, given that these services in the main affect the vulnerable groups. We are of the view that more can be done here. Also, the other programs in the education are the healthcare support and health sciences training. They receive the least share in all the 8 programs in the department at 2% and 1% respectively. Yet these programs provide for upgrading and maintenance of infrastructure, which the vulnerable group have access to, while also training of health personnel is key to skilled personnel for better health outcomes. We are of the view that here also more can be done, or focus can be changed a bit. Next slide. Next slide, please. Can you hear me on the other side? Yes, can we move on to the conclusion slide and the recommendation? Thank you. In conclusion, the plans by the Office of the Premier indicate that it has indeed made stride in the province in reporting in disaggregating by gender the information, including vulnerable groups in its plans and programs. So in order to realize the gender goals, in terms of the departments selected for analysis, we, as I've indicated, they do report on program achievements. However, the selected departments lack gender disaggregated information so as to understand the full impact of their expenditure in terms of women and men. For gender mainstreaming to fully take effect, this information should be streamlined to all programs of the department, and they should be monitored, evaluated, and audited to ensure gender targets are realized. Likewise, with program performance information, it is reported and it should be disaggregated by gender to measure progress and achievement, while also providing an opportunity for focused interventions where needed, as program for budgets are not neutral but affect men and women differently. Next slide, which is the last slide on recommendations. Thank you. Here, FFC recommends that the Office of the Premier, together with other departments in the province, such as the Provincial Treasury, should coordinate and spearhead initiative focused on the capacity building of political and administrative leadership on gender responsive planning, budgeting, monitoring, and evaluation and auditing at all levels of government, in line with national agenda of mainstreaming by all government departments. And also we are recommending that annually a comprehensive report should be prepared by all government departments in the province on how their policies translate into gender equality commitments, and provincial legislative should play an oversight role in ensuring that these commitments are realized, because what is measured is likely to be prioritized. Also, departments should invest in statistical capacity building programs to improve the measurement of gender equality indicators, as well as the collection of gender disaggregated data, which should be reflected in their strategies, plans, executed through the budget, monitored and evaluated and audited, with the Office of the Premier and the Provincial Legislature exercising their oversight role. Thank you, Chair. I think this is my last slide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I know you are very energetic. Malibongwe! Malibongwe! Igama la makosikas! Igama la makosikas! Watinta bafaz! Watinta bafaz! Watinti bokot! Izakufa, pass up. Yeah. Thank you very much. The unfortunate part is almost I can't sing. Yeah, no, I can't sing. No one who can sing is the deputy. Yeah, no, I can't. I can just talk. When I sing, ek ben by iemand staan wat mooi sing, sing ek maar vals. Nee, daar hoor jy mos nog nie. But thank you very much. Our next speaker will be Ms. Johnson, the Deputy Mayor of West Coast. The DDG. Valencia. Sorry. Yes, all right. Yeah. Thank you very much. You know. Yeah. No. You know what? I must chair the session. Ne? You know, I must chair the session. The only thing is that DDG Ms. Johnson. So as on the platform, she's virtually on the platform. And after that, it will come the next. But thank you, Malibongwe. Okay, DDG, you are virtually. Can we see you and can we hear you?
I can see you, I can hear you. I hope you can hear me. Thank you very much. Chair,
Okay.
I have a presentation which I need to share. So if I can please be enabled by the host, if that's okay.
Yes, please continue.
I'm unable to share my presentation. I'm disenabled at the moment as far as the organizer is concerned.
Can you please speak to the mic, ne? Please, then we can hear you, but speak to the mic.
Okay, I'll do that. I am unable to share my presentation. So if they can allow me to share screen, thank you very much.
Okay. How will you do it?
Let them
Okay,
share
can you
it.
see?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
you can proceed.
Thank you very, very much, Deputy Chairperson, and thank you very much to the organizers and the esteemed guests, as well as the participants, for allowing me to present. What I'm going to do is a bit of a context as it relates to economic development. So we are obviously only just one department within the province, and what was just presented was essentially looking at the main departments, the largest departments in the province. But what I'm doing is just on economic development and tourism. So I agree with the previous speaker that understanding what the indicators and the data is really important. And in the Western Cape, effectively, you have out of a population of nearly 7 million people, just short of 51% are women. So this is really important as a baseline and a benchmark when you compare how what is happening to women within our region, but then also what departments' responses are to ensure that we are mainstreamed and empowered. So I think we operate within a particular context, and it's important to actually understand what that context is. So in terms of the economic outlook for globally, internationally, all countries are facing a number of headwinds. So one, you have the Russia-Ukraine war, which has really slowed down economic recovery. You've had the pandemic. We're still actually facing the impact and the effects of that currently, because there are still continued waves. It's just not necessarily in the mainstream media as it was of the last 2 years. The third issue is that inflation is starting to raise its head in ways that a lot of young people have not yet experienced. So for us, for older folk such as myself, is that inflation has an impact of essentially making people even poorer. So what you could buy today, you are less able to buy tomorrow because your money is worth less because of inflation. So this has a material impact, and particularly for people that are vulnerable and that live essentially on a poverty borderline. The third thing is that from South Africa's perspective, but also globally, the fiscal policy space is eroding. So governments just generally don't have sufficient budget to be able to address in meaningful ways the impact that all of this actually has on its population. And then certainly because of the Russian energy exports, and in terms of wheat and in terms of fertilizer, and on oil, is that we are anticipating that there will be further global growth downgrades as inflation bites and things become more expensive. In the Western, what does this mean for the Western Cape? So in the Western Cape, the GDP basically has grown, is expected to grow to recover beyond just the impact that COVID has had. But unfortunately, while our economy's growth has recovered to previous pandemic levels, jobs has not. So this is incredibly worrying to us, because essentially what these two graphs show is that we have recovered nearly 120,000 jobs, but essentially our employment compared to the previous virus level is still just over 200,000 jobs short. So while our economy has recovered, our jobs have not. What is also particularly worrying with this particular slide, it shows the sectors which have recovered in terms of jobs and those that have not. And we recognize that there are some sectors that have a higher proportion of women working in them for a variety of reasons, but a number of these sectors have not necessarily recovered to the extent that as before COVID. So even if you look at community and social services, which tend to be somewhat dominated by women, 75,000 jobs have not yet been recovered. They were lost because of the pandemic. So I think we recognize that women have much to offer society. So we have seen in our history the role that women has played in our liberation, and the sacrifices they have made in that contribution. But I also think that it's important to recognize that in the labor market and in the economy, we face as women significant challenges. Unemployment rate in women is higher than that of men. But ironically is that women can also offer economies a competitive advantage. If women were offered the same opportunities or opportunities that were nuanced according to the requirements and address the challenges, the specific challenges that women face, then the economy would be able to perform so much better. And I think this particular graph here, when you show women's contribution, is that it's 48% towards the economy with the role that women play in the economy. However, despite that, and it's, and given that contribution, women basically also have other things that they have to contend with. So household care and care work, looking after the children and the dependents amounts to, and the burden and disproportionately falls on women. So I think also just understanding needs, because needs is obviously also another big concern. It refers to people who are unemployed. That means that they're neither in employment or in education or training, and they are not looking for work. Globally, this is basically women that fall into this category is twice as likely to be women in comparison to men, and South Africa does mirrors the similar trends. According to data from Stats SA, last year, 55% of NEETs were women. In the Western Cape specifically, there are over nearly 850,000 youth that is classified as NEETs, with the majority again being women. So the challenges facing women are disproportionate in comparison to males. And added to this, there's additional challenges such as high dropout rates. Sometimes this is linked to pregnancy, and they are particularly vulnerable to adolescent violence. So with regards to the Western Cape's strategy, our economic priorities are at the moment around ease of doing business. So that's really about how we make business more enabled to operate competitively, easier for them to actually do business. 2, it's around investments and exports, because we can't keep expecting people to buy. So America's strategy, for example, is to essentially buy themselves out of recession and into growth. We don't necessarily have the fiscal space to do that. Our consumers don't. They're already under severe pressure. And for them to buy more means that they have to go into greater levels of debt. We can't afford that. And so effectively, it has to be about how we promote foreign direct investment and how we grow our economy through exporting the goods and the services that we produce. The third pillar is around skills development, because this is also really how we develop the talents of our youth and our women and our population, our citizens. So how do they actually get have the skill sets and the talent potential developed so that they can meet the needs of business, and that then allows businesses to grow. Economic resilience is really important. So we've all experienced the current round of load shedding. This is of a concern, and this is really not about just saying it's Eskom's fault. I think there's a role for all of our stakeholders to play in developing energy resilience, if you like. And the question is what is that? And that's one of the initiatives that we are driving. But economic resilience goes beyond just energy. There's water, and there's also waste and the circular economy. And then the fifth element is really around enterprise development. So how do we allow our small business, our women-owned small business, to grow, to establish, and to prosper? And then through all of that, there's also Open for Business brand. It's how do we promote all of this? How do we promote entrepreneurship? How do we promote the options that are available with regards to skills development, et cetera, et cetera. So this is just a few couple of slides. The DDAT's focus is one, there's outward facing. So these are really the programs that talk to the strategy I just presented. But then there's also issues around the inward facing measures that we are adopting. And I think the inward facing measures are really important. And I think it was espoused in by the earlier presenters. It's really around how women empowerment is not just about ticking a box and counting the number of women that you have supported. It needs to be more than that. It needs to be embedded in our behavior, in the way we approach anything and everything. And it really starts at home. It starts within the department. And so what we have done basically is we have strengthened what we're doing. I currently lead the gender mainstreaming committee within the department. We've conducted a gender perception survey last year. This was presented to all of senior management, and essentially from that had flowed a number of actions. So firstly, again, it's not just starting things and then hoping things will change, but it's really establishing a baseline, a benchmark from which we can then measure what progress we make. We've established a gender equality forum. We meet on a regular basis, and this identifies gaps and interventions that are necessary, again, to address mainstreaming and to create an organizational culture where we embed gender awareness into and sensitivity into the programs and the way that we do things, outward facing, but also internally in the organization. So we have platforms for open discussions to talk about inequality and discrimination. We are generating essentially a gender sensitive culture. We are addressing issues around LGBTQ plus. We are encouraging empowerment amongst women for them to actually not only highlight where there are challenges, but also to provide solutions to those. And then, of course, what we've done is ensured that there are compulsory sexual harassment training that's rolled out. And so far, nearly all of our staff have benefited from that training. And the future training that we intend to do in the process of rolling out is really about empowering women, understanding what their worth and rights are, basic self-defense, given the vulnerabilities and the gender-based violence prevalence that we have in our society, and then of course making sure that they understand what their rights are so they empower themselves. With regards to the outward facing programs that we have, last year we had in total across the department 6,420 beneficiaries that related essentially to businesses supported, our consumer protection beneficiaries, and then of course the skills beneficiaries. I'm happy to say that 62% of all our beneficiaries were women. And these are just some of the examples of what we've done. So we have Atlantis Special Economic Zone has a particular program that addresses both women and youth. They have a skills development program that's offered at high school level, and then also to young people that have left school. There is a particular focus on early childhood development because I think we realize that you can do the counting, but there are particular challenges facing women. So just for example, in the informal economy, if you do an analysis of that in the township economy, that you basically find that women are disempowered. They are disempowered because they can't operate for as long hours as men do because they need to go home to cook the food and look after the children. So that impacts on their ability to actually generate sufficient income. The second thing is they are vulnerable to theft, and particularly if they are working on the side of the road, which basically means that they then only sell lower value goods, which again then impacts on how much money they're able to make off the goods that they sell. So there are consequences in terms of there are consequences for women, and it's not just saying you're going to help informal traders, for example. It's then about saying, well, how do you actually assist women to care? So is there an implication or is there a project or an initiative that we have to undertake to support ECDs, for example, that enables women then to better participate in the economy? And this is one of the things that the Atlantis SEZ have done, is essentially focused on ECD practitioners. Then, of course, and then some of the other initiatives is the Khayelitsha Bandwidth Barn, which is essentially a digital tech facility we have in Khayelitsha. They specifically offer a 10-week course called Women in Business, so that women can basically gain knowledge and skills in incorporating tech tools into their business. It allows them to grow and develop. We have, so I'm not going to go into this in a great amount of detail, but just to say that there is a tracking of actually and a specific focus in making sure that women have full participation in our various programs. I'm going to sort of end on this particular point, but perhaps what I want to say in going forward is that I'm currently leading the development of a growth for jobs strategy. And we're doing this across our economic cluster. So we have a number of departments, so for example, the Department of Agriculture, the Department of Environmental Affairs and Development Planning, the Department of Local Government, and the Department of Transport and Public Works. And as a collective, we're developing a particular strategy which seeks to actually look at the whole of government and a whole of society approach. And this is quite important, because if we are saying there's not going to be a single magic bullet that's going to solve or ensure that gender is mainstreamed, women are mainstreamed into the economy, it really requires a whole of government approach. So if it is around ECDs, then this means that we have to speak to the Department of Education. If there are challenges around skills development where learners have particular challenges, then there has to be a particular focus on that. And that has to be our Department of Education, not necessarily the normal cluster department. And this is what we mean by a whole of government approach. So it's not just about counting the number of women that benefit from the various programs and interventions that we make, but it's actually making a concerted effort to provide additional support to women in that particular process. So I'm going to end on that, but we will definitely look forward to incorporating the recommendations from the Financial and the Fiscal Commission. And then also just maybe to say that in the strategy going forward that we are busy developing, it is really around improving our evidence so that you can track it, you can make sure that we have a good baseline, and then we can track progress off that baseline. But thank you very much for the opportunity to present.
Thank you very much. Lina? Thank you very much. Baie dankie. Ek weet onze mense raak nog 'n bietjie moeg, né? Caroline, so dit gaan nie meer baie lank as nie. So we just want a little bit more patience, want ek kan hoor daar buite is 'n groot geras. Ons weet nie wat gaan aan nie. Maar Caroline, can you just give us a little more time? I can hear you say you can worry. That's fine. Our next speaker will be the Deputy Mayor Councillor Griffiths from West Coast District Municipality. Thank you very much. Malibongwe! Malibongwe! Igama la makosikas! Watsinda bafas! Watsini bokoto! Zagufa! Thank you very much. I just want to welcome the members of Parliament who's on the platform. They are not here, but they are on the platform. So I just want to welcome them. Because there was instructions from our Deputy Chair, you know, she's not easy. She says, "Kom van blikkies af." Thank you very much.
Is it working? Oh. Good afternoon, everybody. Honorable Sylvia Lucas, I just have to say, she made me feel extremely welcome when I got here, or when she got here this morning. So thank you very much for that. Then to the Deputy Speaker of the Provincial Parliament, Honorable Beverly Schaefer, members of the NCOP, members of the Provincial Parliament, mayors, councillors, representatives from the Commission of Gender Equality, chairperson of the Financial and Fiscal Commission, representatives of various national and provincial government departments, and of course, all the ladies present. I must say, when I said I was going to attend today, I thought I was going to sit there in the back seat and listen to all the learned presentations. I had no idea I was going to stand in front of all of you. So I was a little unprepared on what exactly to speak about. And I went on an investigation of what is happening at the West Coast district municipality regarding women's rights. And it was very interesting, and the end result came to much the same conclusion as all my colleagues here. So I think there's a lot of work to be done. I did bring along some colorful pictures. I don't know if it's possible for you to put it up. I just want to put everybody a little bit into context of where I am from. You can go to the next slide. So the West Coast District Municipality is in the south, just outside of Cape Town. We have the small towns of Abbotsdale, Riverlands, and Chatsworth. And then on the northern borders, we have the small towns or areas of Bitterfontein, Rietpoort, and Stofkraal, just before you move into the Northern Cape. So it is a huge area. It consists of 31,000 square kilometers with a population of just 461,000 people, which brings us to 13 persons per square kilometer. I think the only less dense place in South Africa must be the Northern Cape. Our major employment sectors are, of course, the agricultural sector with 37%. And then the next sector is then the retail trade and tourism sector, where we have lots of female employment and much a smaller sector. You can continue on to the next slide. The council was inaugurated at the end of November, so it feels like we are still very new and very not really integrated into all the portfolios yet. We are still compiling our IDP and all of the plans, and I think that it's going to be very interesting when we can add all these perspectives to those plans. But we did start with a vision and a mission, and I'm just going to reread the vision for you, the VESCUS, the Caring Center for Innovation and Excellence. And I think that the whole idea of this vision is to be the center, and I mean like the center of a big circle where the caring should start. So I think that we are already on the right path with the vision and the mission. You can go to the next slide. Just quickly, the strategic objectives, and you can see that the care for the social well-being, safety and health of our communities, and the promotion of regional economic growth and tourism is our two most highest priorities. But I want to get to the next slide. And that is the one that has shocked me. And that is just a simple data collection on my side about gender representativity in our councils on the West Coast. And you can see there, of the 15 councillors in Matsikama, only 4 are female. Of the 11 in Cederberg, only 2 are female. Of the 13 in Bergrivier, only 3 are female. Saldanha is doing a little bit better. Of the 27, 12 are female. And Swartland with the 23, 10 are female. And our district municipality of the 25, 7 are female. And you will see there that the female councillors in executive positions, 1 in Matsikama, 4 in Saldanha, 3 in Swartland, and 2 at the West Coast District, and they are usually then the deputy mayor. And I think we are definitely not talking any party politics today, but I do blame all of the parties for this. And you can see it's equally bad representation of gender throughout the whole of the district and throughout all of the political parties represented in council. And I do think that it is a regression from the previous term, and it is really sad. And maybe we should have a think about what we are doing wrong and why that is. On the next slide, just for interest sake, the gender representativity in the senior management of the municipalities. We have one female municipal manager in Bergrivier, and then one female director in Saldanha and 2 in Swartland. The next slide just sets out the policies that we have at West Coast District that are guiding women's empowerment in the district. But I want to speak to the highlights and the challenges that we have at district level. So yes, okay. So I had a look at the few challenges that myself and the gender focal person have identified. And just as a side note, when you're a councillor, a local councillor, you wear many different hats. So in the West Coast District Municipality, I am the Deputy Mayor. I am also the chairperson of the finance portfolio, and I am also the representative of the council to the SALGA, South African Local Government Association's Women's Commission. And more, all of you are councillors would know. Okay, so some of the challenges that we faced with the fragmentation between this SALGA Women's Commission and gender focal points, the availability of budget, women's empowerment and gender mainstreaming not reflected in the strategic documents of the municipalities, and then of course the organizational culture. But I'm asking myself the question, so what does gender mainstreaming and gender sensitive budgeting actually mean? And it is very difficult, and I just want to tell you a quick story on the side. In my previous life, I was a deputy mayor at a local municipality, the one with the female municipal manager, Bergrivier. And we attended a very interesting conference. It was hosted by the Flemish government for all municipalities who have agreements or twinning agreements with Belgian local municipalities. And the theme of that workshop was gender empowerment. And there was a South African NGO, and I don't remember their name, and I'm very sad I have to go and search for them. And they gave us a questionnaire which took hours to fill out, and it critically evaluated the municipality's real outlook on gender. And I must tell you that we were definitely surprised. There were small things that municipalities can do differently that make a huge difference. What we saw after that workshop is that just a different look at sport, something as simple as sport. All the money gets spent on the soccer and the rugby and the... So the last few years, this municipality then spent most of their money in, on netball facilities, facilities for the women. So if you just have a look at it in that way, you can make a huge difference just by a small change of budget. Okay, so the highlights that we have had the past few, this past few months is we have a councillor serving on the SALGA Women's Commission and also the gender focal person who have now started to foster an excellent working relationship. Today, as I'm standing here, they are launching a Women's Month initiative for the whole of the West Coast District. And the initiatives are not only focusing on women. We sometimes forget that to get there, it doesn't help for women just to talk to each other. We have to speak to the men. So these initiatives also focus on men and what they can do differently. We have had capacity building workshops for both women councillors and staff, gender-based violence workshops and awareness sessions. Our gender focal person has been on a training course for gender-sensitive policy analysis, development and implementation. There was a focus on women-owned business in the newly approved accelerated local economic supply chain policy. KPIs have been added for gender equality in appointments at the municipality's HR department. And then I must commend the initiatives from government under EPWP and CWP, because they are making huge strides in empowerment of women through smaller job opportunities, but also training opportunities. And then last but not least, our firefighters had first responder training for ECD centers, caretakers at ECD centers that are far from large centers. So today we had to speak about engendering the district development model, integrated development plan, and local economic development plan. And I believe that this can be achieved through better training and raising of awareness about gender issues. Areas for improvement that we have identified is focusing on the development of leadership potential of female employees and politicians, gender positive recruitment, district-wide women safety initiatives. And here, just as an aside, I wanted to tell you, I drive about 70 kilometers to work every morning, and then I hear a lot of radio adverts. And one of them is the First for Women advert that I heard some weeks ago. And what they were saying in the advertisement is what women have to look out for to be safe. And I don't think we even realize how much we have to think of just to get safely to work, to get our children safely to school. And that is why I think that the safety initiatives are of high importance. Then undertaking comprehensive efforts to combat violence against women. And we will need a strategy with a proper implementation plan to be developed for the district as a whole. Now, I will definitely, when I leave here, get in touch with Mrs. Matthews and the Commission for Gender Equality to assist us with this, because the practical implementation of how to, and also how to measure whether you are making a difference, I think that is very important, and that is something that I personally will take on as soon as I get back after the long weekend. In conclusion, I think our President Nelson Mandela has summed it up correctly in his inaugural speech in April of 1994, which says, it is vitally important that all structures of government should fully understand freedom cannot be achieved unless women have been emancipated from all forms of oppression. Unless we see in visible and practical terms that the condition of women in our country has radically changed for the better, and that they have been empowered in all spheres of life as equals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was now a real broad perspective. You understand that you understood. Sy het hom baie mooi uiteengesit. Ons moet weer eens sê baie dankie. Thank you very much. We really appreciate it. At least nou weet ons wat gaan aan. Can you give a hand? Thank you very much also for being here. I just want to find out, Councillor Peterson, Councillor W. Peterson, are you on the platform or are you inside? Councillor Peterson? Is she here? Oh, he? Where is she? Okay. Now, why are you sitting that side? You must come to be here. Don't you have a presentation? Sorry, ma'am. Do you have a presentation? No, okay. Sorry for that, ne? Kasi kasi mali bongwe igama lama kasi kasi mali bongwe mali bongwe mali bongwe maak los hulle. Amandla! 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 Malibongwe! Baie dankie. Just before that, we've got a, honorable delegates. We've got a Capitec card. Oh, Mr. S. Nguelo. Please. Sorry, Malibongwe. Igama la makosikas. Watinda bafas. Watindi bokot. Ezagufa. It's Women's Month. As vrouwenmaand. Ek dink die miljonair kan sy kaartjie voorkom haal. Or billionaire, and then we'll give over to our next speaker. Sorry, sis. We're supposed to sit here. Okay, thank you very much. Goeiemorgen. Nee, goeiemiddag. Good afternoon. Morweni. All protocol observed. Ek dink daar was baie gegroet vir al die belangrike mense wat ons is. Sorry.
Can we just allow the presenter? Honorable delegates, we said this is a report back session.
Yeah.
And I think so far we are making good progress. After this presenter, we will allow you to make your input as far as possible. But you know it's Friday, so we want to finish here. So let's allow the presenters to continue.
Thank you, honorable delegates. Because of all the singing, my voice disappeared. So please keep your voices down. My name is Minnie Peterson, Councillor Peterson from Cape Winelands District Municipality. I've been asked on behalf of the Executive Mayor, Dr. Elna von Slieg, to do the presentation. Thank you. Listening to all the presentations, I think we are a little bit lost in our presentation, but allow me to continue with what I need to do. I've been tasked to do something. I'm a woman of discipline, and this is what I stand for, first of all. And I think because if we are disciplined women, we can save our country. I've not been asked to do a speech. I would have loved to do a speech instead of doing this, but allow me to continue. I will give you the background of Cape Winelands District Municipality, and I'm going to make it very short and cut some stuff because I've heard through the people that we're getting tired and it starts getting bored, and I don't want to bore you. But the most important thing that I would like to say that is not in here is that in our executive municipality, we are 4 women in the Mako. First of all, we've got a woman councillor, we've got a woman CFO. So those are the stuff that we can talk about. That Cape Winelands District Municipality is really up for women, and the money that we spend in social development is an unfunded mandate, which means that we do not really have the funds, but 40% of our budget is spent on social development, which goes to women and children and youth, which means that we do take women very serious. Yeah. Now the district covers an area of 22.309 kilometers, square meters, and is divided into 5 sub-districts, each with their own local municipality. These are Stellenbosch, Drakensberg, Witzenberg, Brede Valley, and Langeberg. Nou, ons Stellenbosch mense is hier, dus hoekom hulle so baie gedans en gesing het. Now, the region is famous with its spectacular scenery of beautiful mountains, and daarvan wil ek vir julle vertel, just come to Provincial, Stellenbosch, and those areas, and julle sal nie weer weggaan nie. So can I move on to the next page?
And of course, Stellenbosch boast with his lekker wyn, kaas, vrugte en dan ook die pragtige gastehuise, maar dit is niks om daaroor te praat nie. Now, together with this, the citizens are also the largest economic contributors after the city of Cape Town. Where we stay, now the citizens are the contributors of the economy, especially Drakenstein area, which is the largest contributor to the district GDP in 2016. They gave 14.3 billion to the economy of Drakenstein. Now the region is famous for its spectacular scenery and of beautiful mountains and valleys and the wine estates. Now Cape Winelands District Municipality has a committed rural and social development division. Now this division focuses on the building and maintaining social capital through access to programs and services. And if we do not do that, we as women are going to struggle forever, because social development is mainly women's concerns. Because we are concerned about everything that is to do with social development. We're concerned about the youth, the children, the people with disabilities, the health, the domestic violence. Everything has got to do with women. And that is where the Cape Winelands District Municipality are very serious on putting their money where their mouth is supposed to be. Now, these programs aim to increase physical activity, enhance education, improve skills levels, enhance employability, provide access to assistive devices, provide funding for community-based organizations, which are mainly run by women, and promote the rights of vulnerable groups such as women, youth, children, people with disabilities, and elderly. Now, every financial year, Cape Winelands has a dedicated budget that addresses the challenges facing vulnerable groups. Now, since 4 December 2000, the Cape Winelands District Municipality has established a culture of supporting vulnerable groups and NGOs through the district. The success, and ek skip nou want ek kan sien julle is daar. The success of these programs are based on the strong and vibrant partnership with national and provincial government, local municipalities, civil societies, organizations, communities across the Cape Winelands Municipal District, and training institutions, which we are very rich of. You will see, ek dink my slide is daar nie. Dr. Elna van Sliegese-Meyer, and then we also got the senior management. It's also, yeah, there it is. Mr. Henry Prince, who's our municipal manager, a very caring person for women. En daar is die ander gesigte wat ek nie gaan noem nie, maar almal is very, very caring. Daar is my gesig ook, julle kan het sien. The name says here Minnie Peterson, dat is my noemnaam. My regte naam is Wilhelmina Peterson, waaroor ek ook baie trots is. And then, is my ouma se naam. The project activities of the rural and social development are not governed by the primary functions.
Sorry, Honorable Wilhelmina.
Meaning,
Sorry, can we just give her a space? She's almost done, please.
yeah. Meaning it's an unfunded mandate, which means the municipalities is not supposed or is not responsible. They don't have legislation to do that, but because of the caring attitude, we make provision for that. We are also in line with the South African Constitution, because Section 153 of the South African Constitution, Act 108 of 1996, defines development duties for all categories of municipalities, stating that the municipality must structure and manage its administration, budgeting and planning process to give priority to the basic needs of the community and to promote the social and economic development of the community. And for that reason, I'm reading it through. Therefore, we make provision for the unfunded mandate. With the unfunded mandate, we also participate in national and provincial development programs. The constitutional schedules 4B and 5 define the core functional services of local government, which need to be effectively planned, delivered, and regulated, and the foundation for social and community development in our municipal integrated plans and performances manage the system. You will also see in the IDPs, when people come to IDP meetings, the only thing that they talk about is social development, is ECDs and alcohol and drugs and all those things. And therefore, Cape Wireless make provision for that. I'm going to skip the National Development Plan. I'm going to skip that. And the strategic objective of the Cape Wireless District Municipality, Mamela, of course, is to create an environment and forge partnership that ensures the health, safety, social and economic development of all communities, including the empowerment of the poor in the Cape Wireless District through economic, environmental and social infrastructure investment. Our predetermined objective 1.5 is to facilitate, ensure and monitor the development and empowerment of the poor by graduating people of poverty, social inclusion, and improving the livelihoods of the poor, vulnerable groups, rural farm dwellers, and the rural communities, of which most is women. And then we also got success stories of women, which I'm not going to bore you with, but just come to our areas. The social capital investment is also on the board. It support programs for our vulnerable groups. As you can see, of these programs are women. That is the drivers of all these programs. If you look at the Rural and Social Development Annual Budget Plan, the big blue is a rural and social development, which is the biggest part of it, portion of it. And you all know about the 16 days of activism, what we do there. And very important to say, Cape Wireless District Municipality is working with NGOs. We don't do our own things. We work with NGOs and the government, who is a provincial and national government. And that has got an impact of successes. And I will now go to the impact of I'm skipping most of the stuff because I can see that I don't have your ear 100%. The impact and achievement through integration is 500 wheelchairs were provided to beneficiaries, 3,500 spectacles were provided to primary school learners and elderly, 650 hearing aids were provided to children and elderly, 27,221 sanitary ware was provided to school learners across the district for the past 4 years. Now, providing to school learners...
Sorry, Honourable Councillor. Sorry. Kan ons net toch zo bikkie, net zo klein beetje, dat als ik dat 3 minuten.
Yeah.
Shall be done now.
It's actually 1 minute. You're here for 1 minute. So the sanitary ware doesn't go to the houses, it goes to the school. Because at the house, a child can, a girl can make a plan. But in the school, there's only one plan, and there it should be sanitary ware. We also encourage children to go to the schools because there is provision for them. Sometimes people don't want to go to the school because of the discomfort, but we make provision for that. And the 7,000 people through International Day for Persons with Disabilities, we make provision for them, and also diapers for adults, 1,800 youth, and then 100,000 school children were part of a Business Against Crime tournament, 10,000 children. So that is a story from Cape Wireless District Municipality. Our details will be somewhere. You can Google it. You can contact us for more information. And for those who are residing in the Cape Wireless District Municipality, NGOs and councillors, please make use of us. Thank you very much.
much. Our councillor, you can sit there. Isn't that, Chair? Oh, okay, okay. Baie dankie, thank you very much. Now my job is done now. I'm going to hand over to the Deputy Chairperson of National Council of Provinces in Parliament. So she will take over because we are now going to the session, the interactive session, where you will have a chance to, I don't know how to elaborate, to speak. So, but the Deputy Chair, she will be with that session. So can I say thank you very much? And the reason why I've asked people just to be calm en 'n bietjie stil, want is nou iemand anders nou opkom, né? Malibongwe! Malibongwe! Alala! Honorable Sylvia Lucas, alala! Alala! Honorable Sylvia Lucas, alala! Watinta bafas! Zagufa! Tinto mama!
Recording stopped.
Watinto mama! Watinto mama! Watinto tito mama! 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 Watinto bokoto! Watinto bokoto! Watinto bokoto! Watinto bokoto! Tito mama! 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 Malibongwe! Baie dankie, thank you very much. Mbokoto, thank you very much. Thank you. Now, usually what happens is that we use 1 hour to get inputs from the ladies. Now let me explain this. This is a feedback session. So even the issues that you bring up, we don't have the responses. We are giving these issues to the provincial government. This government of yours sent us reports. We wanted presentations on the issues. Like you saw, West Coast did very well because we got a clear picture of what is going on. Yes. The issue of Cape Winelands is that Councillor Peterson was representing a mayor, and I think I want to advise municipalities, look into the Women's Charter, see what is the issues that we are recommending. And in the next session, because God willing, we will have another session before the end of the term. Let us get the issues that is really showing us. At least they show some social development issues that is important. But we really want to know, what is the response to the consultation process that we went through with the women of South Africa? What is it? Because we speak about raising consciousness, we speak about doing campaigns. Like West Coast reported, they reported on the issues that we want women to know about. What is the progress that have been made to make sure there are women in management positions? What is the progress that have been made to ensure that issues of sanitary dignity, one of the issues that came out in Wineland's report. Now, when we were discussing this weekend on issues of women, you see they spoke about sanitary dignity of young or what is it, those that are still of childcare. But what about us with menopause? Yes, what about our dignity? You understand where I'm coming from? We want the government and society to respond to the true needs of the women of South Africa. And that is why we are having the sessions.
no one of you came here to toy. You came because you feel that there is an event for women where women can raise their issues and get more empowered with the kind of information that is available, isn't it? So there is this chair sitting there with the mics. We will start that side. We will allow people, you can come. If you have anything, question or input, sit there on the chairs that is there. Or come to the mic. Identify yourself, raise your issue. But one thing, I'm from Parliament. I will give you 3 minutes. So don't come and tell me, I am Sylvia Lucas, I've got beautiful hair, because Nana, I don't have hair. And this and that, I don't want to hear that stories. Go straight to the point. Because if you go straight to the point, 3 minutes will be enough. It will be enough.
No.
So we start. The one that, number one, the lady with the white you come to the mic. Your story, 3 minutes.
Today, I would like to thank Parliament for the opportunity.
You must not even thank us. You must just say your
I want
story.
to thank you. I need to thank you because it's not every day in the Western Cape women get a platform to talk. And it is Women's Month. So let us thank one another. You can count me, Madam Chair. I will stick to my 3 minutes.
But you must also identify yourself.
Yes. If I must identify myself, my name is Koino Soris. I'm one of the leadership in the Western Cape regarding the Women's Council, the Aboriginal Free Women in the Western Cape. In the Western Cape, we don't have a voice. I think the chairperson raised the issue that said, and one of our concerns was we must not allow political parties to determine our future as women. And I think she's on the dot. So today I'd like to address the fact that in the Women's Charter, we as the Aboriginal Free Women were never included. And we do make that, we will ask the women, the committee to take it note. The cultural women of Aboriginal, Indigenous were never part of it. But we do want to raise the question to concerns that we have today. The concerns that we have today is that we are not seen as equal as the male dominant figures in the white monopoly system that is still oppressing and is still taking power in the Western Cape. We want to talk to the fact that if you look at agriculture, women is not giving that opportunity to have that empowerment to be seen as a woman farmer. We want to address the fact that women in the Western Cape is not getting the opportunity to have the input when it coming to your neighbor that is being abused because there's no safety systems in place. I think all women sitting here today have issues. But the same thing that is, the one thing that is different today between me and every woman sitting here, we're not the same. Because we've been grew up not the same. Yeah. But we have the same thing that we're fighting here, and we're fighting a system that we want to be seen as equal. Yeah. The Department of CGE did raise the fact that it's saying for indigenous laws. Today, the Aboriginal women of this Southern Africa and the Western Cape don't have laws. We don't have say. We don't have a voice, and we want the CGE department in the Western Cape to take note. We respect the chairperson, and we respect everybody here. But as the custodians of the Western Cape, we say that we as Aboriginal women are saying enough is enough. We want our voice to be heard. We want to be seen on the same platform. And now I'm not talking only about a race now. That is out of the door. Because we are equal. Because when we are being abused, when we're being killed, when we're being, the children is going missing, it's a woman that will always stand next to a woman, no matter of your race. Today, I want the Women's Charter to say today and to make it a note. We want to be seen as equal, Madam Chair. Treat us as equal, get our equal participation. And I know if we do
When, when she was greeting, she said, I must say.
Dan sal ek dit doen nie.
That
Because
was
ons kan
normal
nie net
language.
laai nie.
I just wanted to say the Aboriginal women or the woman is represented by Queen Como. You can ask her. She's always present in our issues. Yes.
I must say, I'm greeting all of you guys as an Aboriginal activist. I'm saying I'm an activist because I'm on the grassroots level where we as the brown people, the owners of this land, are being excluded out of every equality that is currently being promoted by the people that are sitting on the brain on that stand that you guys have presented unto us. I'm just speaking on the fact that how many times as we as women in our communities go to social development to state a case of where we have programs that we are not funded for and that we see the problem at hand. None of us has been actually taken by hand to give a program or a project where we will see to the need of every challenge that we as women are facing in our communities, on every sphere of our ghetto kind of Cape Flats, wherever we found ourselves at. And then we are being presented with stats that are not actually the truth when we are sitting here as broken vessels. We are sitting here as shattered women. We are sitting here as rejected people that has never been heard as a woman. That you said you strike a rock, when you strike a woman, well, they strike us. And we are coming back to say that we will no longer sit silent and be silent partners of what you guys are actually telling us that is not implemented on every area of our lives. So I'm speaking on those kids that are actually being human trafficking, then we call it foster care and we call it adoption papers, but they are not even adopted, nor are they being taken care as a foster family, but they are being derailed from a family structure that we as women know that it is a man that needs to lead a house and the woman needs to support them so that the family can be taken together as one structure to operate as a healthy household family that has been taken away from us. So I'm just saying that when you guys are actually making notes, make note of the Aboriginal activist, like my sister just before me said, we are excluded out of everything. And we will no longer be silent to say that we are being forgotten, that we are not being participants. We will force ourselves into every department to say we are still alive, to be the voice for our kids, our women, and our people in our communities. And I thank you.
Did you see? She said a lot in less than 3 minutes. Just focus on your point.
Thank you very much. Greetings to the leadership. Greetings to everybody that is here, every woman that is here. I'm here. I'm only going to speak.
And you
things.
are?
I am Tozama Bevu from Ward 14. Ward 14. Tozama Bevu. Yes. There's one issue. What in the metro, in the Dala Oma region, or in the city of Cape Town. Yes. I am sad that today, as government, you are here to come and address us as women, and the city of Cape Town, the biggest metro in this province, is not here. When we are having a lot of problems in the metro, crime, poverty, and everything. I must say that I thank the other council, that municipalities that are represented here. You know, if you are in the Western Cape, you see yourself as if you are not part of South Africa. Today and yesterday, there's presidential summit that is in Johannesburg. A lot of women, including myself, we were part of that civil society workshop that was here organized by social development by the government of the Western Cape. You know what? We didn't go as Western Cape in that summit because they say they don't have money to transport us to Johannesburg. We spent the whole day, we wasted our time, spent the whole day in a workshop the whole day in a workshop. You know, important things that were debated there. We had different commissions, transformation, we had social community development, a lot of commissions where we were supposed to go to that conference because we took some resolutions there so that we can go and present, you know, our feelings as Western Cape. And you know what? Those people who were part of that summit, mainly, I think 90% of the people who were there were women. Because we are the people who are having that thing, who are suffering, who are having problems. But the government of the Western Cape, they don't take us seriously at all. And I don't know why they are doing that. I want to appeal to women that are here, to the NCOP. Is this NCOP? Or parliament? Yes. Please, government, please. I think there's something called cooperation between the spheres of government. Yes, cooperative governance. Please try to make sure that at least you work with your colleagues from the province. Please take us serious as the Western Cape. We are people. This is our country. We are not going anywhere from the Western Cape. We are born and bred in this Western Cape. Thank you.
Again, I will not give you more than 3 minutes. And you can see 3 minutes is enough to put your story. Everyone that spoke so far have used 3 minutes and we heard everything.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mine is to say, I'm Cindy Swamasumba from Kayelicha, Sub-Region 9, from Ward 91. Mine is to request the NCOP to fast track and implement programs to address the issues of women and young women. And also look at the issue of child-headed homes. The Western Cape is not addressing that. I don't even know whether they know how many child-headed homes in our communities. There are no consultation platforms where women can come and be able to voice out their challenges. There's the issue of job lost in the Western Cape. Many people are losing jobs. And the Western Cape, city of Cape Town, is making EPWP as if it's a program that can address job creation. How can you live for 3 months with a salary? What about the other 9 months that you are living? Yes, indeed, we are facing many challenges as women. We are facing challenges whereby our children are abusing us as mothers by using drugs. And the city of Cape Town, I don't see programs that are addressing the issues of affected mothers and young children by their children that are using drugs. Thirdly, the scarcity of rehabilitation centers and the frustration that you are getting as a mother to take a child to a rehabilitation center. We are losing young and old girls and boys. We do care about our children. We love them. But the frustration we are sitting on in the Western Cape, I think national government has to intervene. I really need the integration of programs when it comes to the city of Cape Town or the Western Cape. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cindy.
Yanibulisa nonke ngizinkokheli, ngibulisa nabahlali bonke bephela. Lindiwe Khuthu Bhacela from Nyanga, Ward 37. I'm not going to be long. I'm not going to take even 2 minutes. My only worry is that in Nyanga, especially in Nyanga, the crime, there is too much crime. Can the leadership, one, go to our areas on the ground where things are happening? The rape, the drugs, the abuse, women are being raped, women are being killed, especially in Nyanga. There was once a street that was called Hell Road. We were #1 in the whole Western Cape or in the country because of crime. There is too much crime where I stay. And people are not working. I hear that you are talking about monies, women development. Why don't you bring those things in our communities, down on the ground? We want to be skilled so that we can, we want to do vukuzenzele. We don't want to go and work or to be members of parliament or to be councillors. Not all of us can be councillors or members of parliament. We can do something on the ground, but we don't know where to go. You are talking about big monies, but those monies can't go in our areas so that we can do something. Please, please, Chairperson, do something in Goskakul.
Thank you. I am Busisiwe Mtia from Langa Ward 51, Rev Mahau branch. Deputy, speak to the mic, ma'am. Deputy Chair of National Council and all protocol observed. Good day, everyone. I would like to touch especially to the health issues. I've heard that, yes, we know that there are programs about TB. We really want to concur about that. But there is a problem now, which is the pandemic we are having on health issues, the co-infected patients, whereby we need to have programs about that, because when the person being identified that or being diagnosed that is HIV positive, after that, having TB, that person at the end, within 2 weeks, she or will not go and take the treatment of the HIV. He will look only the one side of the TB. That is why we are having such a lot of people who are defaulters in our sectors. That is, I'm appealing that at least if we can look at the co-infected patients in our areas. And the other thing I want to raise, we used to have in our police station the victim support, but you find out that room in police station is no longer there. And then that is why our people or the perpetrators are still doing those things are doing against the women and our children, because there are women, they are scared to go and report these issues because that's support victim room is no longer there in our police station. We are appealing that room to be on again. Also, the reason of having all this gangsterism or all drug abuse in our schools, in our days, we used to have the choirs, we used to have these 4 days, but now in schools, those things is no longer there. That is why we end up having these problems, because our kids don't have something to do starting from schools. And also in our societies, there are no halls or no areas or field where our kids can go and play the soccer and netball. All the areas are being infiltrated.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay,
Thank you.
That's all.
We got you very clear.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nombeko Liputing. I'm from the dusty streets of Guguletu. I was born in Gugulethu. I grew up in Gugulethu. I'm still living in poverty. I believe, Chair, through you, as women in the Western Cape, we need to put aside all our differences of political organization.
Recording stopped.
Focus on the issues that are affecting women. I'm speaking as a gender-based violence activity, fighting violence against women and children. I'm working with Ilitha Labantu, mentored by Sis Mandisa Monakali. I've got my own organization called TETA, Buwa Speak Proud. I believe the author of the social transformation, that person that she wrote or he wrote, that is the one who's supposed to lead that, because the content is clear on the paper, but it's not happening on the ground. It is a very, I don't want to repeat what other speakers said about
If you repeat, your time will not be enough.
sorry, the disrespecting of women by the government of the Western Cape not being present here and present to us as women. And it's not the first time, Chairperson, in Gugulethu Sports Complex 2020, you were there and they were not there. And then we were ticking, we are marking.
I was there.
You were there, they were not there with you. Yeah. Economic outlook. When we're talking about the economic outlook, this thing of the global GDP, it only started now. The Russian war and the Ukraine war started now. It can't be written on the report that because of the GDP, it's because that now we are in this problem. Have they ever thought that the price of the fish oil raised? Did they ever go to our communities and only give one fish oil for one house? We're talking about agriculture. What about the Western Cape government? Initiate community gardening. Each neighbor, this one will plant the potato, the next neighbor will plant the onion, and then they will exchange that. That was said by President Thabo Mbeki before, but it's not happening. These things are on papers, but are not happening on the ground. So our elderly people are suffering because of us as young women. We are giving birth for our elderly people. Our children are smoking decks. There are no centers in Cape Town. Those centers are for those, I don't know, there's a poor, there's poor, there's rich in the Western Cape. Hence, how are we going to fight this thing of this pandemic of gender-based violence if we are divided like this in the Western Cape? We are in the corner in our communities. We are not in front. Thank you.
My name is Eunice Kapomela Kodze, Umongo. Firstly, I'm standing here in the Tunyenga Bapia Bafazi movement. We set your business. Firstly, I want to commend all the people who worked on this book. Thank you very much. You've done a very good job on this one. You can see that it is nicely prepared, and it's not for you to implement it. You prepared it. Whoever prepared it, he prepared it for all of us to implement it. You are only political employees. You cannot temper into things like economic freedom, how to do it, how to go and tender and do what. The women that are sitting here, they are the ones who must go. You've shown us, you gave us this book. This is the constitution. This is a document that we need to open and read it. I've seen so many books. I've got so many books that we had the talk shows that used to be done by the ANC leadership, but this one is a different one. This one speaks to us. Where on earth have you seen on a Friday, a hall is filled, meaning that everybody is not working here. And the women cannot work because they're over 35 and under 55.
felt after a long time, 2017, when I started to have a fight with the city of Cape Town. I'm the only woman entrepreneur in a men-dominated industry, waste that is within the city that discriminates the fight, and I'm still fighting it up until today, and I'm going to win the battle. The women here, this book is gonna be my Bible. Let's all go united. We are misplaced gone are the days of political freedom. We are in the economic freedom fight, not anymore nithethe politics apha ngoku. We are women. Masijule zonto phansi siyawufuna umsebenzi kwezi ndawo. City of Cape Town is our first target. Sivile? All of us must go. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before we continue, may I please sit down? Are you allowing me to sit? Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, continue.
Thank you very much. My name is Funeka Mpeta. I am from South African Women in Mining and Association, SAWIMA. I came here because of the concept that President Thabo Mbeki came up with, Ati Vukuzenzele. Vukuzenzele, but the environment that we are living in doesn't allow us to do the Vukuzenzele. The environment is closed. It's a pit that the department or the Western Cape government is not here. It's really a pit. Because, Chairperson, I want to tell you a very simple and very, I don't know how to put it, something that they are doing. I'm also in the catering industry. In the Western Cape government, there is something that they are calling it IPS, where we are going and do quotations. One of the things that they are doing, if the catering is about 400, from 100 upwards, they will ask you for a halal certificate. I am not a halal, I'm a Christian, but I feel I'm being discriminated. We took it up as the caterers in Khayelitsha. We went to the provincial treasurer and raised the issue. And we found out that it is not a policy. It is not the policy. It is not in their policies, but it's a decision of officials. Officials decide. Now, we took it up again to the provincial government through the economic department, through Honorable Nomi Nkondlo. We took the file and give to her to show, to say, these are the RFQs that are asking us this halal certificate. This is how we are being rejected to do business. We are being taken out of business immediately when they are saying, bring halal certificates. Because when you are doing that halal certificate, the fact that I am not a Muslim, I'm not going to get that certificate. When we are following it to say, okay, let us try and follow this thing, we were told that we are not going to get it. Because in order for you to get it, you must have at least 2 people that are going to work in your company as Muslims. 1. And another requirement, you must at least have separate equipment, separate room that is going to be a halal room for you. Being me, a small business, how am I going to have 2 kitchens with a halal and non-halal? Now, that is taking me out of business immediately.
Yes, you've got 1 minute.
All right. Now we took it up to the public protector to say, public protector, please help us. The Western Cape is practicing this, and they are not even, it is not even in their policies, but they are practicing it. I can give you the file. The issue of the PE, we are being told that the FF Plus have went and contest the issue of the PEE, and they won in court. Now, our government, what are you saying? Because I am this woman, I'm doing my business through the PEE. I only get a job when they went through the PE, because I'm gonna get my 100% of being an African, of being a woman in doing business. Now, if that is being stretched out, how am I going to get the business? I can't.
Thank you.
The last one.
Okay.
I just want to say thank you very much about this thing, and I want to know, where are they going to be put? Where are they going to be enforced, all these regulations or the discussions that we're saying it here, so that we can do the follow-up? It must not be a takeover, not anymore. Not a talk show, not anymore. We are talking here, we are raising these things. Where are we going to be able to go and see that they are being enforced to these departments? Thank you.
Good afternoon. I think I'll say protocol observed.
Yes.
I don't want to offend anyone. I'm Nandipa Ngaba Madolo from the movement Bapi Abafaz. Where are the women? This movement is not a politically aligned, because we're from different political spectra. It's a movement that started, we were a few women from Facebook. If you remember the story of Namhlamtwa, she was not the first, she was not the last. But as a mother who's got womb, who gave birth, we felt the pain and we push it to our WhatsApp group. It grew, it's scary. But our objectivity is the police station, it's that there. The accountability from the police station. When a perpetrator is arrested, what happened? In few weeks, you'll find the perpetrator is free and boasting around. And it's not a talk show, trust me, it's already, the women in Bapabafazi have practiced this in practically. There are many police stations that they visited. If you go to Nyanga, if you go to Lingeletu, go who is Bapabafazi, the police know there, because there's no detective who won't even consult with the victim or the parents, and they're not telling that so-and-so who raped your child is free on bail. We as Bapabafazi, we're pushing it. It starts from the bottom up. The government is going to be accountable, and it goes up to the justice system. There's shelters for the women that are abused. There's no way. There are a lot of holes here. There are a lot of structures. Elephant, white elephant, they are not even utilized. Whereas they could be utilized for the shelters for these women that are being bashed in the middle of the night. The lifeline, it's no longer now a money-making scheme. So-and-so will benefit and get funders from nowhere, from somewhere, but don't utilize those lifeline. That is where we are as Bapabafas. We're not politically, but we're fighting. We're not reinventing the wheel. We are bringing the value to already existing NGOs. Instead, we are bringing what we see that it's a bit lacking there. So we're not fighting any NGO, we're not fighting any political, but we are here to stay. Watinda Bafas.
Melissa. All protocol observed. Ndinguthandi Tyalana, ukuzalwa.
Just a little bit, raise your voice a bit.
Okay. I greeted everyone in the house, all protocol observed. My name is Thandi Tyalana. I'm a local activist. I live in the area. And I'm originally from Gugulethu. Umakhulu wami wayesuka xa kuthethwa ngeza force removals aba bebesuka eKensington. So ndizalelwa ndifikanga ngomsebenzi apha eKapa, ndizanga ngebhasi. So xa kuthethwa ngeWestern Cape
andikwazi uhlala phansi ngoba inhlungu ndiyibona ngaba bantu bagcwelise le ndawo. Ingxaki kuni ngoba abantu abaphethe le dolophu abekho apha. Even, I don't even want to sound like a racist, but when you talk about the politics of this country, you cannot just talk and not talk color. When you look around here, it is women of color that are here. Where are our white counterparts? Yes, we have them. I'm not a racist, but we have to talk truth when we talk about the issues of inequality, when we talk about issues of politics of the stomach. Ukhona umuntu obekhe wathetha wathi aba bafazi bagcwele apha bazanga nje. We are not about pretty pictures and rhyming phrases. We didn't come here because we want to look cute and take pictures with officials. We came here because we are hungry and we are hoping that we will be afforded the opportunity to make a difference for the communities of the non-haves of the Western Cape. And this is what kakhulu ndizawuthi caphu nje kwinto ezimbalwa endithe ndazibamba. Ndizawusi director to Western Cape government. Now you talk about Western Cape Open for Business brand. I want us to unpack that brand. Who does that brand serve? What does that brand do? And so who benefits there? You've been giving stats. You talk about we've brought so many business supports. How many people are we talking when we talk about demographics? That's how we're going to be able to see dissect. But if you don't tell us how many people in Khayelitsha, the Western Cape is the bread basket of this country. These women need a part of that. The winelands are here. I'm happy you are here. We cannot just be talking rural land and all these lands for agriculture purposes for abantu abasezilalini. We are talking about here in the Western Cape. We want business owners. We are ready to run businesses. We don't want to be employed. You talk about tourism. This tourism of this Western Cape, who is it benefiting? Is it benefiting these women of color? No. It is benefiting a minority. We have a problem with that. You did not talk about ocean economy. We are in a coastal town. Who's benefiting there? These women are not business owners here of ocean economy. They don't even work there because in the finishing. Couple. Now, the Western Cape government finally has put together a sterling, no, I have to say this. I'm sorry. UASCRO has to benefit abantu abamnyama abafana nam. You talk about exports. People are crying who are being taxed, right? Increase your tax base, not tax. Create an enabling environment so that you can tax all these people that are here. Westcro, use it for exports in those alap. Let this SMEs grow. Don't just focus on the white minority because a hungry person is a dangerous person, not to himself, but to his community.
Thank you. And we don't have to repeat. And if you feel that we must get your input in writing, the table is there. We can take it up. Yes. Continue, Mama. Good. Thank you. Let us respect ourselves too.
Good afternoon or good morning, everybody. My name is Tembeka.
If we speak whilst an elderly woman is speaking, are we respecting ourselves? Please.
My name is Tembeka Chukuse. I'm from Khayelitsha. I've got an organization called Peace Action Association for Children and Youth.
Speak to the mic, Mama. Speak to the mic like this.
But today, I want to speak with my Xhosa because I feel this house is full of Xhosa people. So those who can't understand Xhosa, I'll ask those who understand Xhosa to interpret for them. Western Cape government, when they talk, they said, bathi abakho corrupt. Kube corruption ilapha igquba khona. La organization ndayiqala ngo-1997. Sayilontsha ngo-1999. 2000 ndaqala i-soup kitchen. Ndingunompilo ohambela abantu abagula i-HIV and AIDS. Ndincedwa ngu-Pet Collins kwaHealth. Wandinika imoto yoba mandijikelezise. Singene emizini yabantu, abantu besoyika ungena ezindlini zabantu abapositive. But andizukunaba kuloo ndawo. Nangoku apha nina namhlanje ndithetha ngo-social development. Ungakuya kule social development pha, ungena appointment. Ufika phasi ubuzwa uba uze kubani. Uyabuza uze kubani. Zange ndayifumana le nto imali yakwarhulumente. Ndizawufa ngoku ndizawuba na-70 andizange ndayifumana i-payment yomsebenzi endiwenzayo and ndiyawenza. Uyatyiwa pha. Bagqitha pha ikhitshi yam liphambi kwendlela. Bagqitha pha. Akho nomntu okabuza upheka ntoni. Ngoku bekuyi-COVID. Ii-documents zethu zathathwa. Kwamkwanazo kwathiwa nantsi imali ye-COVID. Makufika ixesha kunani sifumane i-food parcel eyi-1. Ngoku nina apha nithetha ngee-NGOs. Nithini ngee-NPOs? Thina sisi-NPOs. Nivumela ntoni uba mazibe khona ii-NPOs? Xa kanti kufuneka ibe yi-NGO. Mandibuza kwathiwa imali ikwii-NGOs. Into eyenzekayo apha imali asiyifumani. Ithethwa nje amanani amakhulu kuthiwe u-social development kuphe soma. Khona sekutheni le nto kuthi xa kukho imali kwa-social development inikwa abanye abafazi basinkinkishele. Kutheni sinkinkishelwe? Sinawo amaphepha la kuthiwa masiwenze, kuthiwa yenza itax uyenze, kuthiwa yenza le umgaqo uyenze, but uzawunkinkishelwa ngomnye umfazi ngoba kutheni? Ngoba kutheni? Ngoku ndithetha nawe sixakene nabantwana. Abantwana ngoku kuthiwa ngamapharapara babizwa ngoba ngamaphara. Onye umntu akayazi laa nto uba bathenza beba ngamapharapara. Ukuze apha kutshukusa kuhambise kulaa ngingqi yakhe.
Thank you, Mama.
Suthi thank you, sis. Suthi thank you, Yima. Suthi thank you. Omnye phakathi kwenu ndazinika ithuba. Ndiyomngenisa kule mizi kuthiwa ngamaphara abantwana kuyo.
Thank you.
Nale sizawuyazi sizawuduka. Kodwa nizayenza. Dala siyenziwa le nto.
If we don't keep time, we will not go out here today. So it is important. Use your time efficiently. Use it effectively. 3 minutes is more than enough if you focus. Focus, yes.
Thank you. I'd like to greet everyone. A lot of issues were actually highlighted out by everyone.
If you don't want to hear what the others are saying, it's fine. Why must I ask now grown-ups to keep quiet and listen to others? It's not necessary. We are mothers. Ons slat onze kinders in hulle se monde as hulle die goed te maak wat ons hier maak. So moenie. Kom, praat nou.
Okay, thank you everyone. I'd like to actually, there's a lot that has been addressed that I wanted to address, but another factor or issue is how the budget allocation is actually being set. In every community, there's nothing left for certain things. So I think we should actually look into how the budget works, and for the city of Cape Town to actually look at how Cape One City actually works with the community in actually growing their economy, because as days go by, we actually notice that the gap is getting bigger. Here, we're actually talking about how to close the gap. Meanwhile, the gap is actually getting bigger. So what will the government actually do in terms of helping us with that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Young Lion.
Okay. Molweni. My name is Joyce Sakadi. I'm from South African Police Services. I am the Women's Network champion in the province and national. I'm here to sponsor, because we're looking for help as the police from our communities. It's good that we are here as women who are working under the pressure of crime of today. We are dying as women, and everyone laughs as if there's no one died. Basifile thina bantu bangomama abangamapolisa sidutyulwa because of crime eyenziwa ngabantwana bethu sonke. Kukhona omama that are giving themselves as South African citizens for ukunceda in our countries, but they don't get any support. That is women who are wearing the blue uniform. Kukhona mama that are wearing reflector jackets that are getting nothing. They don't get support from our government, which is Neighborhood Watch Women. We need help from our government to look after those women just to get even a stipend. We will appreciate. Because when it's unrest, they bayadela babaleke benze show ukuthi country doesn't go down. That's the women who are wearing reflector jackets in Dala, because our Western Cape government doesn't even provide those jackets anymore. Bazigqibela kubambanani izinto zamanyani for those who are helping. It's no longer there. But bona, they keep on moving. They keep on protecting. Ekseni thina bantu bahlala ekhaya elitsha, you hear the scream. They come running, abo mama. We need help. We need help. Abana zonezo torch, they use otilili babo as a torch to scare izikoli ezineguns. We need help from our government as women, specifically as women. So those two areas, sine city police, I've seen in Johannesburg and eThekwini, they are police of a city. They participating not only on N2 or big roads, they participating in the communities. But in the Western Cape, you will never see them except N2 and N1. Thank you.
Sida, Tera, Tuatua. Atua Tamakamske. We as women, as children of South Africa, are still in the struggle to continue. I've listened to so many people here. I'm from Hout Bay. My name is Sophia Mosidi. I'm a Khoi activist. I'm from the Northern Cape. But because in the Northern Cape, when you become 13 years old and so, the eldest thing, you're ready to get married. And you're not physically ready to get married, because by 15, you must be out of the house, because it's recession in the house. There's nothing. There must be another income coming in. So you must go now. They haven't got space for you to feed. Get lost. Now I'm in Cape Town, and I'm staying in Hout Bay, and we had those ups and downs with the government. The Western Cape government doesn't come to the table, people. I'm telling you straight away. We've been We've been sitting around a big table. We've been pleading with them. We had fights with them in order to get our community back. Hout Bay, specifically Hout Bay, got so much resources. But can you believe it? There is still people who are sleeping on the street. Hout Bay have so much money, but our infrastructure development are not up to standard. We still have a lot of water running. I haven't had water for 7 months now already. I don't have electricity, and they start calling me illegal occupation. Wherever I stay, I'm an illegal occupation. Doesn't belong here. But I'm from this soil. I'm the very First Nation child. My roots are very deep into South Africa, and I'm looking at my people and my community, and I see how destruction and greed and monopoly of money and all of these. You say you have all these programs rolling out for people. I have an NGO registered in 2012. The government hasn't been coming to the table. We've been sitting with them around the table of our conditions right in Hout Bay. But they never came to the table. We are in choice because why we don't have enough volunteers that feel they have the capacity of going to the classes and help the teachers in order to get the children so that they can have something in their brains to go study. We don't have that. The people are not willing to do that. Because why the government, Western Cape government, are sitting on high seats. I spoke to our local councillor, Quintus, whatever his name is. We never saw him. In any case, it was the first time I met him. And I spoke about all the difficulties that we have in this community. You know what he told me? Oh, we can't do this here because why? This land doesn't belong to us.
Thank you.
We can't sit around there. We can't do this here because why? We are an island. Island. One moment, ma'am. Only 1 second.
Your time is up now. Respect me. Respect me.
But what I'm saying is,
respect me.
Government, Western Cape government must come to the table and come to the level ground of our people. It mustn't stay up there. Thank you. So,
thank you, Chawidis. Welcome to all the Aboriginal women sitting here that are standing day and night, despite having nothing, despite being genocide perpetuated for 350 years plus. Today, I greet you in my mother tongue, Chawidis, Kaikwas. I'm Aborina Taras. I welcome each and everyone to our city, Kuikai. Today, I would like to know if everybody here, irrespective of race, creed, culture, or your background, does everybody know here today what is happening? This government that is running this country has signed this country over to the World Health Organization so that we can become guinea pigs to jabs and whatever other methods of slavery and depopulation they feel fit. If you did not know it now, you know it. You did not know it, you know it now. So we as the Aboriginal folk, the indigenous, the original people say, no, no, no to the genocide that this government that is running this country is about to perpetuate on each and every individual, child, elder, mother, brother, and sisters. We're saying, if you want to be part of the World Health Organization, go to where they are and go and do the evil on their soil, but not here. We don't want them here. We have been under genocide for 350 years. Each time a new dispensation comes in, they hand us over as if we are non-humans. They declare us every time somebody new come here, they declare us as a different type of subhuman, inhuman. We are saying on the 13th of September 2007, Thabo Mbeki signed on behalf of the South African government the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of the Indigenous People, which is us. And each and every bylaw policy that has been formed since then has been to murder us out. We are saying no more. We stand under the UNDRIP and we stand on our Aboriginal rights, and we are coming for everything that is ours. Thank you, ma'am. Can we start here? We've made a statement and everybody's aware. Can we start here? Can we start here? Thank you.
You
may continue.
Okay. And I would say the Tunan Kulinganai, Ikamalam, the Wuchinet Matwa, from what 38 younger. My problem is in 2014, I applied for my NPO certificate. I never received it till today. But when I went to the social development offices, they only gave me a registration number. I can't work, I can't nothing I'm doing, I'm staying at home. This year in February, I organized a group of women to do the food gardening project. We applied for tools in the Department of Land Affairs, but they never assist us. What are we going to do as the women of this country?
Can you, Mama, can you please go to the table? We can take up the issue on your behalf.
Okay.
So you can give them your details.
That's
and then, yes.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Can I take it? Can I take it?
Thank you. You may continue. It's just that they want to
Yes.
sanitize.
They are helping me.
Yes. Candace, make sure you cut the back.
Yes. Good day to everyone. I'm not going to be long. My name is Pelisa Kanzi. I'm the chairperson of Philippi Educate Forum. I'm going to talk about my sector. I just want everybody that is here, we want to be united. We are not united. If we are crying about the Western Cape government that is leading now, who allow this government to lead? It's us. We've got the cracks inside, guys. We are crying. There's a lot that is happening behind, but there's no one sees. As the chairperson of the sector in the Philippi Educate Forum, some of the ECDs are in the informal settlement, but our Western Cape government, they will compare the center that is informal settlement to the center that is in Constantia. You will see the huge difference if you can go to Philippi. Our center are very beautiful, but as I'm talking to you now, I'm deregistered. I was registered before, but I'm deregistered. You can even follow Sakingomso Educate Center. It's very beautiful, but our government, they said they are not going to register. I was registered with that center. I have the building plan. It was approved, but now they said they are not going to register again. So there's a lot that is happening. So we need to be united, guys. We need to be united. There's a lot that we can say, but we need time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next.
Ingqanga nensibazayo. Igama lam ndinguNombulelo Ntsunguzi. Ndisuka eBoland.
The mic, ma'am.
Okay. Ingqanga nensibazayo. My name is Nombulelo Ntsunguzi. I'm coming from Boland region, under Stellenbosch municipality. What I want to say, Chairperson, is that as women of Western Cape, we need implementation. We are no longer interested in feasibility study. When you come again, please don't theorize, but we need practical. I'm standing here as a divorcee, and I do think amongst us, there are widows. What I want to say, between widows and divorcees, there is a gap. We are being victimized by men, by women. What I want to say as women here, let's stop suppress each other. My stigma is my stigma. My appeal to you, Chairperson, through the Department of Social Development, there must be something that needs to be done by widows. Sorry, something that needs to be done for widows in terms of counseling. Because after you left your beloved one, no one is giving you a counseling, even the divorce process. And the other thing is that the 3 years of government is costing us as women in terms of business. You register a business, you get this document, other document, this document. All of these documents, they need finance. You need to take a text to a particular department to get such document. But guess what? You won't get anything. It's about documents. Lastly, Chairperson, we as women, we are the ones who are wearing pads, sanitary pads. Why then the government? I'm not referring to national government. I'm referring to all spheres of government that Tina as women, we are ready to do sanitary pads, but we need skills development. And then the question is, who must provide us a skills development that is not a baby of national government, it's a baby of all spheres of government. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Polisa Kabuza from Ward 98 in the city of Cape Town. I want to speak about the issue of gender-based violence, which has become the very serious scourge. In fact, it has become the pandemic. So my appeal to you as the government is that we want the gender-based violence to be given an attention as the coronavirus. We have the serious issue, which is a very serious challenge, where women are being killed and raped daily. Therefore, we want to appeal that a government must assist in building safe houses for the victims of gender-based violence, because it cannot be correct as a woman being victimized, being judged, being raped at the very same community that's supposed to protect you, they judge you. Therefore, we want the government to build safe homes whereby women are going to be taken there and be given the proper counsel. Secondly, there's a challenge of dropouts from schools and teenage pregnancy, which is caused by kids that doesn't have parents who died from depression. The very same depression is caused by being victimized by the communities that you are living in, by being judged by other women that's supposed to protect us. And here, Honorable Chair, there are women here that runs NGOs that are taking care of those kids that doesn't have women. We want, in my conclusion, Chair, we want the government to support those NGOs. The Western Cape government has failed us in our Black communities dismally. We have NGOs, but we don't get the funding from social development because of the places that you are staying in. We appeal to you, comrades, Chairperson, that you take this into consideration. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone.
Thank you.
Party Swatsoni from Stellenbosch. I'm
Can
also.
I really request that delegates don't repeat. We will never go out here if you say the same thing that someone else have said. Please. No, I'm not speaking to you because I don't know what you are saying. I'm just making a statement generally. Continue.
Party Swatsoni from Stellenbosch in the area called Kayamandi. I'm also a person of Kayamandi ECT Forum. As the women of the community, we are making changes in the community by taking our children out of the street. But Western Cape government is not doing anything at all at our ECD sectors. We've been asked to become registered at our centers. And it is very difficult to become registered because there's a lot that they are asking, which you must use your money to in order for you to comply. And then after all, you will be coming registered, and then there is this thing now of this shifting of from social development to the Department of Basic Education. But when you make a call, when you are becoming a registered organization, and then you will ask for funding, there's no one is gonna give you the right platform. Where must we go? You will ask this one, you will ask this one. And when you go to the Department of Social Development for answers, they will tell you, who do you call, who did ask you to come here? And they will ask you to make an appointment in order for you to go there. When you go there, they will tell you, now, we don't know the answers yet. We're still waiting for the Department of Education. So now I'm calling the government of Western Cape to go to the communities and go explain and go and take the people's issues and explain about this shifting of social development in the ECD sector to the Department of Basic Education. And also they must make sure that the people who are registered are receiving the funding in order for them to take care of those little ones. The other issue is that in the communities, in our schools now, there are children who are fighting and who are killing each other. So we want the Western Cape government also to come in our communities and tighten the securities. Because what's happening in my community in Kayamandi, as I speak now, we are about to bury a young boy who is 14 years old. There were fights that were happening last week. Last week. Then when we, as a community, as a parents, we go there and ask. They go to schools with the braids. The ladies are putting the knives in the braids. So we want, I don't know what to call it, that scanning of when they get in the schools. Then they must make sure that the children have been scanned to make sure if that there are no weapons upon them.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Violet Munye by surname, and I'm representing Community Women Action and Organization, which is CWA, Community Women who are abused by men. I just want to say it's such a long time day. And I mean, from 2020 now, so we are being told 2 minutes, 3 minutes. We got issues in the Western Cape.
Your government will
wait, just wait. A second, just wait, because we got issues. Now, I don't condone what you are saying, but
really just respect one another.
Yeah.
We are giving this platform for more people to speak.
Okay.
And if you focus on your issue, 3 minutes is more than enough.
No, less than 3 minutes, less than 3. I'm very disciplined when it comes to that. What I'm trying to bring across is that we need Women's Charter to stand up. We need Women's Charter because I'm listening to the organizations who have been called the political parties, but Women's Charter must stand up and do the thing in this Western Cape. Thank you.
Hi,
Molweni bomama nonke. Alibongi igama lamakhosikazi. Viva Siswini, viva. Abakhange bakulandela abantu bakho bayabhatyaza. Ubustrongo mpondokazi. Usilwa inyani straight. Mna ndizawuthetha ngegugu lethu se-NY, se-egugulethu eWard 39. Sawuthatha ngendawo endihlala kuyo andikhumbusanga ngamabomu, I can speak English. Ubani of my language. Ngihlala eWard 39. Ibingu-Ward 41 kwakwi-demarcation ke ngoku niyazazi. Mna ndizokuthathela isitrato zethu esikuzo. Ekuthe kwangena le council intsha sabona izitrato zisembiwa kakuhle. Ndizawuthetha inyani apha because sonke sawugxeka okokoko. Sonke ndiyabulela kuwe government. Okokuba uprikile. Wafuna i-council efundileyo. Awathatha i-council esitratweni. Wafuna civilization engineering. Ekwazi ukuhamba apha emhlabeni. We need educated people. We need educated our children, not the old people. Our time is gone. We must use experience to our children. We must use experience to our children. Order! Order! Even yourself, order! Order!
This is a platform for people to raise their issues. And even if we don't agree, let us not howl one another. But one thing that we also shouldn't do, don't use the platform to provoke others. Please don't. Don't.
Thank you to defend me.
No, I'm trying to protect you. I'm trying to protect you. But you've got 1 minute to tell us what is your issue.
Okay, thank you. So, thank you, Chairperson. What I'm gonna say, and that is yes, what I'm gonna say in here, we are old, like me, I'm 74 years old. I let my children to learn skills. We want our children to learn skills. To complain, our time is gone. We must give their children chance to doing their work and education. Complain, it doesn't work. I'm not gonna talk about marriage and all that now. We're talking for the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you. We will not always agree, but we don't have to shout. You may continue. 74 is not 71, not 17, it's 74 day.
Good day, ladies. All protocol observed. I just want to say thank you to everybody for being here. It's always heart-rending to see so many women.
Can I just request that you don't take any more people at the back? Yes, please.
Okay. One thing I've seen in women's empowerment is when women get together, they don't mind whether they're hungry. They don't mind that they didn't have a tea break or a lunch break. When I look at commitment here, I want you to all commend yourself and give yourself a round of applause. My name is Moira Krieger. I'm the Western Cape SANWA Chair, the South African Network of Women in Transport. Currently, I'm also the interim national chairperson of the South African Network of Women in Transport. In 2007, women were called together because we needed to address the inequality. We needed to address and redress the inequalities in transport. It's 15 years later, ladies. we are still being marginalized, not just from the Western Cape, but from every other province. I am challenging the municipalities today. We're going to come for you. We're going to come to you. We're going to take you up on those promises that you've made to advancing local economic development. Transport is the engine of any economy. We are tired of being consumers. You've heard how many women are in maritime, in the taxi industry. And when we look at those industries, it's only men benefiting. When women step in, they have to use their domestic budgets to sustain an institution that was instituted by government. So from Sandwich perspective, we will be coming and knocking on all those doors, and we passed the point of knocking on doors. We will be kicking those doors down. So look out for us.
Thank you. Thank you. Malibongwe, igama lamakhosikazi Malibongwe. Malibongwe. My name is Mbali Makalima from Ward 98 in Harare in Kailicha. I'm not going to talk long. Only one thing, I'm standing here. We as a woman, we need to speak before we die. Because if you don't speak, we'll end up with stress and depression. And we are, the only one thing I'm coming to stand here, we are tired of the children being raped each and every day and women's. Look what it happened, 8 women's been raped. And then where was the police? And 21 kids, and then they died in East London. And where was the police? So which is wrong? And we are tired of age restriction. And then if there's vacancies, it's only 18 to 28. And then the government said, Vuka uzenzel. So the people, they are doing that, but at the end of the day, and then we are working for gangsters. We are tired of that, and we are tired of load shedding as well. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. I'm sorry, I'm not going to speak English. I need to express myself with my language. Kamalam Gusongelwa Kadi.
Speak to the mic, Mama.
Speak in the Kamalam Gusongelwa Kadi. The Kumaglam Saba was a Philippi. The Mela into eti. Philippine, the Iva Yonge into it. Zongi speakers that had Akonom, Sammy Vekanin. Akonom, Oiteta in the Bible. See, I'm a Pesqueli, Philippi. Or Kyle's School and Pumpkin Scholar, put to Lindsay. We've got the councillors, we've got low maspara way to sit with some time. Could say, what was it? What was mean? See, it's women empowerment. Akonom Numkoskas Pakuting a pad home to on a preschool, a trade issue value every day. There's companies is unique way. Is the new imagine social development, but Magani, Magan I preschools. I ain't saying again, I ain't saying again. I preschools means I can't come on a tender, power out on Dogobana. I'll qualify for we need lane, I'm a pep. I am a preschool and started I have Valango 2015, getting I am a pep. Kutwe, I was the certificate discipline. Social development, Makashuka and no tata, won't come to figure out in skill. I'm 77 dabas abantu because go sit lady in abantu and through babies amakama, abantu and a pande, Abbas telling a mapper, Abanga was even born. We go there, what about no appointment, Mapa, I was the Pazungena, our Nabanto, by 2, Nabanto by 10, but go to Apukala, to count Nabanto by 6. We merely preschool, but go, woman, women, 5 token meditate with puzzle because Babek was comfortable. Bella sinom we paid a park uche Philippi Galileo government and Nyaga imali my coolise abantu studying about business. But each other you go there, you'll find only abantu oil so Fumanu Tonjangampa ought the manager kind we have a Fumana Abba says Zimbabwe, Bepa Emasimi, and cause Kalanga Pambi alone.
Thank you.
Baphi abafazi movement. Baphi abafazi. Andisuthetha kakhulu mhlali ngaphambili. Ndisenhlungwini ngondime kule ndawo ndisuka ka-137 enyanga. Apho khona inoba bakhona abantu ebesibonile udushwe besilithathile. Ngomgqibelo kureyitshwe umntana eyadini ye-boyfriend. Bambetha. Umntana utraumatized akafuna ubona anyone, nobody. Asikwazi ungena nathi. Sicela uncedo. Number 2, Sunday. Umfana, another perpetrator, ithatha umgqomo enyanga yowulahla e-cross road eyadini. What I like, ngumzali we-perpetrator. What? Yibhini yamle, yithuve yamle, unyana wam lo wenze lento. Ninjalo nonke kule room? Not. Ndibuhlungu kule ndawo, ngase ndiphalaze inyembezi, nisibize lapha time and again. This is not the first time sisiza kwezi mbizo. Anibuyi na report, aniye grounding. As from today, sicela nihambe mna whether ngu-national, ngu-province, andikhathali because ubapha abafazi akapolitiki. Nangoku siphume thina saphuma iphulo, saya kwa-colonel, saya emapoliseni. Nangoku babhizi zii-perpetrators, amapolisa. Isicelo sami kule ndawo bethunana, intombazana ikaziwa. Ndicingela umzali wakhe apha khoyo uba unjani. Asimazi noba uhlala phi, aside sifumane information. But ubolile kulaa mgqomo, ebenenyanga umntana abantu sephuma impethu. If ugovernment wethu uyasebenza ngokubomama, let alone amadoda athini, because izinja, ngoku it's high time. Ibe sithi, uphakama iphulo thina. Umama ohlukunyeziweyo kwasenyanga, kule process bethunana manje ibuhlungu leni ngase ndikhale. Indoda ithatha omnye umfazi imngenise endlini. Usheke lo uthi iza izobona xa silala njani. Hayi man, hayi. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Continue.
Igama lam ndinginolibabalo.
Speak to the mic so that we can hear you.
Okay. Igama lam ndinginolibabalo wakwaNhlanhla ndisuka kwaLanga kwa-Ward 52. Zimbini qha into ndizazimela apha, andizozithetha esezithethiwa ngabanye abantu, though nazo zindichaphazela. Eyokuqala into endizayithetha ingxaki yonto yoba ndibuhlungu nje kuphutho kokuqala mandiyitsho le nto into yoba i-City of Cape Town ingekho apha. Because ke ngoku ekugqibeleni i-City of Cape Town yiyo emele irespondile kule nto yonke le ngxaki sinayo apha. Uya-aplaya kwi-City of Cape Town, ufune indawo yokusebenzela, kuba ubona ingxaki ekuhlaleni. Ndi-aplayele indawo from ngo-2016, bandiphendule only last year bendixela into yoba mandilinde ithengiswe. Ubona ingxaki ekuhlaleni ngelo xesha, ndavula i-NPO because ndandibona into yoba kukho abantwana abadropha out esikolweni, but ba-end up bezi-gangsters besenza yonke le nto le. So the aim was into yoba ndisebenze nabo abantwana. So ndimane ndibabamba phaa naphaa because ndisebenzela ekhaya, ndiyababamba phaa naphaya. Ndane-soup kitchen and eyona nto ndiqonda uba mhlawumbi iza kwenza into yoba mabasondele kuba ndisebenzela ekhaya. I-City of Cape Town ayifuni nokusinceda, sibethe ezipokothweni ukuthi upheka, ubethe epokothweni kuwe. Njengoba ndipheka 5 days a week, but ndibethe epokothweni kum. Ngoba i-City of Cape Town ayifuni kusinceda, ithi ngalo mzuzwana isincedileyo ngayo, ikuxelele into yoba this is only for a month. Le nto ndithi ndibuhlungu uba i-City of Cape Town ingekho apha. Sinabantwana bethu bayaphela abantwana bethu. Noba singabanceda sibase kwii-rehabs ezabazali, ubuya kwakhe ubuyela kwakule ndawo, akanandawo esinomthatha simse kuyo. Sicela uncedo bethu ngikhani sincedeni nge-City of Cape Town. Can ihuqe nize nayo ebantwini. Ayizi ebantwini. One thing endayibonayo kwi-City of Cape Town, i-consultation ayifuni. Ifuna uzenzela ebantwini. Asoze noba sekuthiwa izakwakha izindlu, soze izoconsulta abantu. Ifuna usuka yenze nina namkele qha Nkosi.
Ngibulisa kuwo wonke umuntu olapha eholweni. Ngibulisa kumuntu wonke olapha eholweni. Ngingumama uMagaqa. Ngisuka eWard 34 ePhilippi. Ngingumama onenimba ngecrime yasePhilippi. Kubuhlungu bethunana pha ePhilippi. Kubuhlungu kakhulu xa ubona umuntu ebethelwa imoto ifestile. Kuthathwa ifoni ngabantwana bethu. Kubuhlungu kakhulu abantwana bethu xa befonela iUber. Kusithiwa mayize izothatha umuntu ozomthatha. Uthi yawumisa kuloo ndawo imisile aziripoti umntana umuntu uba ndimisile kule ndawo ithile. Phaa kwi-Lansdowne Road ndibone kade kakathathu loo nto. Ithi yawumisa baye beligquba bebaleka baye kuloo mntana omntu. Bafike bamrhole ngaphakathi emotweni, bamlahlele phaa ngaphandle. Bathathe yonke into abafuna uyithatha. Yonke into abayithatha bavule nebhuti benje njeya. Urhulumente makathathe inxaxheba ngaloo nto. Ibuhlungu into eyenzekayo ngoba kuba buhlungu ngabantwana bethu aba benzekala zezi zinto. Okwesibini, i-issue yami yesibini sisikolo. NSFAS itorho makasincede. Kubuhlungu kum. Mna ndingumna 62 years. Ndamkela udanke kodwa ufuna ndinkonkoze emizini. Ndifuna imali yoba umntana makabheke esikolweni. Umntana uhamba nge-R70 ngosuku i-return yakhe ebheke eMuizenberg esuka ePhilippi. Kubuhlungu because imali ayikho. Ndiyathatha le mali yoba ndibe ndiyayitya. Yile kufuneka ndithatha ndanika umntana esikolo abheke esikolweni ngayo akhwele itransport. Ndinyukile iteksi bethunana. Ndinyukile iteksi. Okwesibini ndiyi-backyard endala niyandibona uba ndimdala kangakanani. Ndihlala kwisi-open space xa ndinesisu ebusuku. Ndiwela indlela ndihambe ndocela kummelwane etoilet ndihambe ndongena khona uze ndibe ndiyakwazi uzinceda. Ngo-one ke udibana nayo noba yintoni. Udibana nezinto ezi zasebusuku, udibane nabantu apha ebusuku. Ndihlala under risk. Ndihlala etyotyombeni. Enkosi. Thank you. Enkosi mama.
Can I speak? Okay. Okay, man, ngibulise naku chairperson wethu, ngibulise nakwi cabinet yakhe, ngibulise nomama bonke abalapha. Andizuthetha kakhulu mina. Bavile umama bethetha, into enzayithetha ne, ithe xa ndibona into iphaya ethetha ngepopulation, ngakumbi ipopulation yomama ngeyona ininzi. That into bajonga omama ibe le population ininzi kangaka njena. Into eyenzekayo abamama abasebenzi most yabo and abamama bengasebenzi nje ikwangaba mama kufuneke behambe benkinqa kule mizi abantwana abayityile. Otata bona abasebenzayo abangabayi basebenzayo ufika otata bengayihoyanga abanye ilantuka intsapho zabo. Soloko umama oko umama ineke ibe nguye soloko ehambe nkinqela abantwana bakhe ukutya. And then enye into endenza inhliziyo ebuhlungu ufumanisa abamama bangaphangeli aba bajongene naba bantwana bangaphangeli aba nabantwana babo neke betyile belala betyile apha esuswini. Fumanisa abamama ngomama bana 40 45 iphike loo nto leyo abazukwazi ufumana imisebenzi because imisebenzi yethu apha eSouth Africa iqala ku-18 to 35. Loo nto leyo isenza inhliziyo zethu zibe buhlungu. Asinokwazi unika abanye elantuka asinokwazi ufumana imisebenzi ngenxa yaloo nto le ngenxa ye-age and yabetha i-age bethunana. Besicela thi abangaphambili please base basibonelele thina bangakwazi uphangela kwezi age zethu because akwapho nokuqashwa khona kule age yami ngoku. Ngoba nabantwana bethu funeke beye esikolweni. Ndimfunisile umntana akho mali ke thina bengicela ugovernment akayijonge loo ndawo. Ndiyayicela please loo ndawo ijongwe yabamama abaqala ku-45 yotsho ko-50 nako-6 because oomama abanintsi abana-65 basaphangela ngenxa banqena ushiya abazukulwane babo bengenakutya because abantwana bethu bayazizalela bogqiba mhlawumbi ukuzalela kwabo umntana funeke simseye esikolweni because sinalaa nto ithi imfundo sisitixo. So asifuni umntana akho noba sezele uyamthethelela umntana makaye esikolweni umfundise ukuba abe ne-future ngaphambili umntana wakho. Awufuni nje umntana uba ubhubhe ungakhange umbone umntana wakhe ikamva lakhe liphi. Ndiyaphela apha enkosi.
You didn't tell us who you are. Sure.
Sorry. Oh, my name is Nopingi Lalapi. I'm from Ward 87 inside C.
Thank you.
Speak.
Can we get the mic on, please?
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I think we one country in one nation. Or one nation and one country. Okay, my name is Marianne and my surname is Shisto. I'm a born South African and I'm a colored, but now I think we all South Africans. There's no colored, black, white anymore. And I'm happy to be a South African. So I grew up Afrikaans speaking and English. But unfortunately, whether my Afrikaans of English is so good as my German. So I...
we don't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Then I will get louder. Is it loud enough? Hello? Amandla? Amandla? I don't hear your voices loud enough. What are we saying? Amandla? Okay, I'm saying you my brothers and you are my sisters. Like we're speaking every day. So I just want to give you a briefly, I'm not going to complain, but obviously I agree most of the women that were talking about the problems what we face in South Africa, about rape cases, women and children abuse, that the police of the government don't do good enough for us, which I agree 100% on. But I'm here because I'm coming from the same problems. And I think we, each and everybody in this room, we all face, whether women, black or white or colored. I still support my family today. I'm also growing up in an RDP house. Some of my family staying also in shacks. But I tell my family, even if you stay in an RDP house or in a shack, we don't have to put the litter around the house. We can tell the children, take that paper and throw it in the bin. But of course, where we know where we come from, we didn't have the opportunity, my mother as well, to have good education. So my mother was looking after my grandfather, and she got me when she was very young. And when she got me, when she was young, she was the black sheep in the family. My grandfather said, you are nothing but a bad woman. And my mother promised my grandfather she will never get married until the day she died. And she never got married. And I left school and standard 8, and I wanted to become a mother. But my grandfather married 3 times and had 13 children. But when my grandfather was old, falling off the bed, my mother left work to look after him. And I left school to go work and look after my mother to support my grandfather. But today I'm standing here to tell all of you, we're not going to complain. We're going to make it work, that government take action. And I am here also for every woman to help them with their paperwork, to come to my place where I am today. I start earning 2,500 Rand when I start to work, but I was never lazy. But I didn't go buy Nike shoes. I turned every rent around to see how much bread I can buy out of 10 Rand. Those years was not so expensive like today. And today I can tell you what, I left South Africa after my grandfather died, or before, to Europe. I don't want to talk too long. This is a short story to encourage our women and what might help as well.
One minute remaining.
I can tell you, I can support you with the papers. If you come to me, you can have my address, my location, and you can even stay for free overnight by me. Only one thing, if you follow and you're willing to do and look focused in front and not complaining too much, but be taking action. Okay? So I am in Melkbosstrand, and today where I am today, what I want to tell you, I'm staying in a great house, but I'm still helping my people to be there where I am today.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody.
My name is Noma Pelo Kapa. I'm a comrade from SAMU, South African. I'm a unionist. I think the issue that I want to address is the issue that, you know, I was listening to the stats there when they were mentioning the number of women who are councillors in our areas. And I remembered, in fact, see it most people who vote. Maybe we think that women are not qualified enough to be in those positions because the leaders that we have are the leaders that are elected here by us. And I also don't want us to be in a situation where sifako mama in position because of equality. Women should be in position because they deserve to be there. We should not be put there because they want numbers to balance. We should not be put there because favor. Some of us should be in positions because we qualify for such positions. And also, you know, sometimes we need to understand that it changed. It means that we have the power to change the systems that are ruling us. We have powers to say, I'm a young lion, I'm a young person, but as young people, we have the power to make the decisions that can stand in power. And also, we don't want a situation about equality. Are only given lower positions, but higher positions of power are given to men. When we look at stats, women should be on top because we are capable of leading this country. We don't want to be men. That we should understand. We want to be women who are doing M7 to get municipality. There are positions for men, for handymen. Where we go with mama who are for men. They need to change even the wording. There should be 4 women. There should be handy women because we are capable of doing those things. Amandla. Yeah. On that note.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You can see the reason why I didn't want us to speak forever is that people are missing out on very important inputs because they see the time is far. For now, we have reached this point. When it started, we said this is a feedback session. The parliament and the people are those that are keeping government accountable. So all the things that you said, we will compile that report and we will send it to the government. Western Cape government did send us a report. I don't know why they didn't want to come and present their reports. Because if they presented it, they would have get all the challenges that people are still facing and they could have been able to address that specific issues. Because we will call them again. Will we come with the same challenges? You understand where I'm coming from? We don't want us to come with the same issues. But I want, first and foremost, to express my sincere appreciation to all of you. Ngiyabonga, enkosi, kakhulu. And from Kimberley, we say, really more. So we want to thank you sincerely. Baie dankie. For the fact that you're here is. And also for the fact that this was in spite of the fact that we really didn't really got those that we wanted here. It was a very fulfilling session. It was a good session. And we as women, from time to time, we need to get together. We need to get together. Some of us can vent. Some of us can bring proposals. For instance, Marianne was speaking here. It's just that I don't know. I know she speaks German better than Afrikaans because she stayed from a very young age, she stayed in Europe. But she's one woman that had a successful guest house in Melkbosstrand. which we will possibly look at it as a white area or whatever. But she's running a guest house there successfully. And she's someone that I don't want to stay with her because she's very hardworking. But she was telling us that she's also coming from a single parent family where Mama and Opa was the ones that looked after them. She was telling us that story. I would have loved her to tell you what is the concept that make her to be successful with the business. Same for the other lady that spoke here that said she was from Sawima, and also she's having her own business as an entrepreneur. Because if we look to government for everything, we are just going to get more frustrated. We are just going to get more frustrated. Because in many instances, there are other people that don't see the necessity to make sure they enable the rest of us. Because how do you tell someone about the court case of Triple BE? Triple BE was a policy that was brought there to make sure that there is more equality in business. When will we be equal? If the legislation or the policies that are there to ensure equality is not being implemented by all of us equally. So that's why I'm saying we have listened to the CGE, the Commission on Gender Equality. We have seen the findings. It's not flattering. It's not flattering for the government. We have listened to the Finance and Fiscal Commission. We can see that budgets are not necessarily responding to the fact that what was said by this young lady was speaking about the fact that in terms of population, women are in the majority. But whilst we are in the majority, we are not really experiencing the fact that we are in the majority. But we have come to this point that I just want to express my appreciation to all of you that woke up very early. And Cape Town was like showing us another face than the rest of the week in terms of the weather. But still, it shows that women have got that tenacity and they've got that conviction to make sure that whatever is being done in the name of women becomes successful. The Women's Charter is a guiding document. It's a demand document for the women of South Africa to demand a better and equal dispensation for ourselves. And we didn't just put like previously, Women's Charter was put as a statement. No, we made sure that we work on recommendations as to how the articles can be implemented. So if we hear that the challenges are disproportionate with the issues of women being like, I think it's economic that said that in the Western Cape, women are contributing 48% to the gross domestic product. What is the gross domestic product? If you look into the economy, and you say this is what we are generating as a province or as a government or as a country, in the Western Cape, they say 48% of what we are generating is women contribution. But in terms of your contribution, the output to yourself is not necessarily showing that contribution. Am I correct? Am I correct? And when I listened to West Coast, I wanted to commend them because it is exactly what the Women's Charter seek to achieve. That is to highlight the discrepancies and then work on solutions as to how to address that. Exactly that. So we want to commend them. I could see that they really went and they checked what is it that we expect from them. It is all that we want. What is it that the women of the province, because that Women's Charter is not my Women's Charter. We went throughout South Africa, like I said before. We consulted women, and that is the product of all the women of South Africa. We've been able to, during this process, we've been able to make sure that GBV legislation was reviewed. The marriage regime, because in this very same Western Cape, Muslim women didn't have the same rights as any other woman in South Africa in terms of their marriage. African women, customary marriage, a problem. We had different dispensations in terms of in terms of your marriage. Vrouens wat Afrikaans praat, daar is verskillende huweliks dispensaties. But now, during the process of Women's Charter, it came up very strong. And last month, when I spoke about it, Mutwaledi said to me that we are reviewing the total dispensation of marriages because of the Women's Charter process. Because the Muslim women stood up when we were reviewing the legislation. They stood up and they said, our marriage regime is very detrimental to women. The widows, and as well as some of the African women that is in customary marriages, they stood up and they said, the customary marriage dispensation should be reviewed. Because as women, my husband will bring another woman without even consulting me. And as a woman in a customary marriage, I don't know what my rights are. So we went and we got that. Even before we had a report, already Mutsaledi started to work on a dispensation that will bring us to more uniformity in terms of our marriages. I want to show you that if at all government is committed to respond to the issues of the women, we will see something better happening. Because we are prepared to do things for ourselves. As women, we are prepared to do things for ourselves. But we need the assistance of everyone that can assist us to reach a better dispensation. So that is why I'm saying, just lastly, because the one of the subs and everything is spoken about. We were discussing the issues of women. In 2010, we were hosting the Football World Cup, isn't it? Next year, Western Cape is hosting the Netball World Cup. What are you hearing about it? What exactly? Exactly my point. So, no, exactly my point. 2010, in 2008-9, we had 100 days, we had 50 days, we had whatever countdowns. We came to Long Street. We were more than 2 million people in Long Street for the countdown of 2010 Football World Cup. Women, we need to stand up to make sure that netball get the same attention because it's here. And it's in the Western Cape. The Western Cape is hosting the Netball World Cup. July, August 2023. So by now, we should have been wearing netball gears on Friday. Isn't it like we did with Bafana Bafana? Every Friday I was dressed in my Bafana Bafana t-shirt, isn't it? It's time that we must claim the same for sports where women are dominant. It is time that we do the same. I'm just mentioning it. We have seen many, some of the things I noted down, but we will develop a report and we will make sure that we get that report. The same way they send us a report, we will send them a report. And we hope they will respond on that report. The reason why I'm still speaking, I want the people to move, those that are outside already, to move, because as you move out, you will receive your food. And that is why we want them to move out so that there should be more space for us to move out. But I really just want to express our sincere appreciation to the local authority, to the municipalities, municipal mayors, councillors, to the provincial government people that came, but also to the people from our partners like CGE, FFC. We've been partnering this for a very long time. We want to express our appreciation. Once more, if you go back, travel safe, and remember that together we can do more. Thank you very much. Ano, dat so lekker gesing tot we gaan het sing weer.